can go. Thanks. Colleagues, it's just after 9. It's nearly 10 past. So I think we're going to make a start. I expect some colleagues are probably still going to join us later. Yesterday was an intensive and it was a provocative first day, and I expect some people are probably still catching up a little. And so people will join us over the course of the morning. Everyone can hear me? Yes? All right. We give people a couple of minutes to sit. Colleagues, I'm Ashley van Niekerk. I've met probably most people by now, but in case we haven't, I'm a professor at UNISA, at the Institute for Social and Health Sciences, and I'm going to be chairing today's session, especially the first part. I hope everyone's feeling rested and inspired, and I know it was a long night, a late night, and some people with the time zones are probably still all a bit topsy-turvy, but I hope you're feeling ready for the day ahead. We ended the day, I'll start at the end with a really wonderful memorial lecture last night. And it was a really fitting end to a full day. And I must say, I can't believe those that have been to the previous ones that last night was the 19th such lecture. The Omar and the Moabi families were here, part of the celebration, and they've really grown with our institute over the last 2 decades. And it says something about the lecture and its positioning as a reflection of not just South African society, but issues that affect us from further afield. And again, it was an honor that they joined us. And those of you that were here last night, I think would have gotten a sense of the kind of issues of the day that have followed this series, and also the closeness of the lecture to the conference theme, which is, of course, the politics of knowledge. I'm sure beyond the lecture, you'd agree that yesterday was a great start to the IKSP4. We had a series of keynotes. I'll say and I'll offer a reflection of each of these very briefly, but they were all provocative and reflective. And I hope for all of you, they offered you much to think about and to deliberate on. It felt like that for me, that this start had been an inspiring one. And so from me, I've been asked just to give a few comments on what stood out yesterday. Just a couple. Right, I've been warned not to make this whole speech a keynote. So just a couple of reflections, just to get the day going and before we start the program formally. A big thank you again. There'll be thanks as we go through the course of the program, but our institutional partners that have birthed this series of conversations have set us and set the scene and set a trajectory. I think that's really important. And so we thank them again, UNISA, Ahmad Dahlan University, and the University of Philippines, Manila, for having the foresight to foreground the importance of IKSP, starting this hub of work out with us in Africa, and hopefully this trajectory is something that is going to take this conference series even further. The keynotes, Prof. Sagalo, Prof. Guzman, and Dr. Kameti last night at the lecture were all. It doesn't do them justice to say that they were thoughtful and provoking and illuminating. I thought of how else one could describe them, and you would probably add many others, but that is what stood out for me. Prof. Sagalo on mourning and dreaming, reimagining and reclaiming stirred me. She centered reimagination immediately. This made me think of the provocation by Martin Carter, who said that, you probably know this, we do not sleep to dream, but we dream to change the world. And I thought Puleng, setting the stage around all the fractures that currently face us, nonetheless pointed the direction that reimagination offers us, and she did it really beautifully. The liberatory imagination is key, and our thanks to her for starting us on this. Prof. Guzman, the opportunities for IKSP, especially where we all face the sweeping incursion of AI and knowledge generation technology, it's unprecedented, right? I mean, we understand this. But Prof. Guzman gave us some illustrations from the Indonesian experience that indicated that perhaps there's an opportunity for important engagement there. There are probably a bunch of critical challenges with these changes, but there is something to be said about IKSP engaging with this new swath of development taking place around technology. Dr. Khametse, your imagination battle was apt, and she, at the end of yesterday, brought us back to the struggles for liberation, which face all of us. She used some really beautiful and vivid imagery last night. She brought in some lovely poetry, and then she had some imagery of murals of a place that's very close by here, actually, about 5 kilometers or so, Salt River. I smiled when I saw the mural from Salt River to the sea. So I don't know if all of you know this, but Salt River is a massively historical site in South Africa. The little neighborhood of Salt River is at a confluence of the Salt River and the Black River, where they enter the sea. And this is where many of the first battles with indigenous peoples and European colonization took place 300 years ago, I think. And it's an area that isn't particularly celebrated. It's a little neighborhood. It has lots of problems. Dr. Khametse showed the picture of the Black Christ yesterday, and for a while it was at the church in Salt River. It's a one could say nondescript. You could say it's not celebrated when actually it should be. And only thing that stands out about it, and it's a reflection also of where we're standing on the struggle, is that if you go past there now, you'll see a massive building. Amazon put up a building. And much protest followed because it is on a holy site. But of course, the building got built for all the reasons that they put forward, and despite the protests of the local people. And it's a moment, I suppose, for us in South Africa, but I think all of us, all of our friends from all over, you will know that the struggle around asserting indigenous knowledge, of course, has massive challenges and struggles. My final reflection, moving from the keynotes, I was able to pop into some of the presentations in the 3 streams, and I got snippets of what was happening in the different streams. They were all really wonderful. I think I've used provocation thrice now, but I felt provoked in some of them. You gave me a lot to think about. Thank you. I want to thank everyone for the thought that they put into their presentations. And when I left the stream yesterday, you covered quite a broad scope of issues. I thought about Ngugi's something that he had said about struggle, and he says this. He says struggle makes history. So I'm referring to some of what came through for me in your presentations, but of course you covered a great deal, right? Struggle makes history. Struggle makes us. In struggle is our history, our language, and our being. That struggle begins wherever we are. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I think, colleagues, you deserve a round of applause for setting us on the right course yesterday. Thank you very much. So today I chair the first session, and the session has a focus on a beautiful documentary. I'll say a little more about it. There's a keynote address by Prof. Haider Eid, and then we have a creative, I don't know what the form is going to be, if it's a moment or if it's an interlude or if it's a what it is, but Dr. Mbele will lead us on that. The session comes to, well, I hand over to Prof. Canham. There is a symposium before we break for lunch. And so I hand over to Prof. Canham at some point, I think it's around tea, and we finish the morning session before we break off into 3 streams again, same pattern. Venue, the 3 venues, 1, 2, 3, I'm getting the numbers wrong, but you know, it's just these 3. And then Nick will give us updates on any changes to the program. There may have been minor tweaks so that we up to date. So to formally start the program, I want to invite Prof. Nyancha from UNISA. Prof. Omoyo Busiro Nyancha is the head of the College of Human Sciences Office of Graduate Studies. He is also a research professor in the Department of Information Sciences. Prof. Nyancha has a PhD in Library and Information Sciences and is widely published in the Information and Management Sciences field. He is an NRF, a National Research Foundation, rated scholar, and he's a celebrated researcher. In 2023, for example, he received the prestigious Chancellor's Award for Research Excellence at UNISA. Prof. Nyancha, you honor us by joining us today. Can I invite you to do a formal opening of day 2?
Thank you very much, Prof. Vanikik, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that there are very many distinguished colleagues in the room at this conference, and because I may have to, at the end I may miss out 1 or 2, but allow me to recognize the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Ngosi, who is also not with us right now because she's at the Senate. She had to go to join Senate together with the Deputy Executive Dean, College of Human Sciences, Professor Mashau. So I also want to recognize my dear friend, Professor Safla, who is the head of the institute. Guest speakers, some of who are not here with us also, keynote speakers for that matter, who are not here with us. Some of them are not here with us. I think Professor Sikalo, I can't see you in the room. I think she also is at Senate. The Senate has denied us a chance of having these colleagues in the room, but they're also doing the Lord's work at the Senate. So that's where they are. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I was not here yesterday. I was also at the Stellenbosch University for another meeting. I was invited to attend a meeting there where we are discussing matters of the national policy on research outputs, because we feel that it is due for revision. And so that's where we were yesterday. And so I came in a bit late yesterday, actually late, not a bit late, I came in late. And so I missed the public lecture yesterday night. But I'm told that all went well, and you were treated to some really wonderful dialogue and truly robust engagement. And therefore, I welcome you to this day's events, today's program. And just to start with, I must just point out a few things. One is that indigenous ways of knowing, as we know it, are closely related to indigenous ways of being. The IKSP offers us a platform for rehumanization which is to say a space within which we draw from indigenous knowledge systems as we insist on the humanity of those who have been systematically and historically dehumanized through colonial knowledge erasure. The dialogue spaces facilitated by the conference, therefore, are intended for attendees to situate their indigenous knowledge systems within the global context. Attendees are encouraged to make connections between their own knowledge systems and those of others, to link the two and to identify common practices of oppression and emancipation, while also recognizing the uniqueness of specific knowledge systems. In the second part, I want to say that it is hoped that we will have discussions today that take place on the theoretical level, where theories of knowledge can guide people's understanding of indigenous knowledge systems, humanization, and coloniality. I'm reminded at this point to state that at one point we conducted some kind of study. In fact, we have conducted 3 studies with my colleagues about understanding the concept of indigenous knowledge. And we found out that there are over 20 terms that are used as either related to indigenous knowledge or interchangeably used with indigenous knowledge. And our study was more of an informametric study. And in that study, we realized that there are 4 keywords that are used interchangeably with indigenous knowledge as a concept. And in that, one of the papers we just asked, is there, or what is in a name? Do we need to have a particular name to describe indigenous knowledge and indigenous knowledge systems? That first paper, we noted that local knowledge is used interchangeably with indigenous knowledge and indigenous knowledge systems. Then we also noted that there was another keyword that is used most frequently, and that's traditional knowledge. And those 2 words are almost always used interchangeably with indigenous knowledge. Our other paper that I just published, I think that was this year, about indigenous knowledge systems and indigenous knowledge, we looked at those 3 words and we looked at the overlap between those 3 words. And we noted that some of these words are geographic context, are contextually used across some geographic jurisdictions. Like for instance, indigenous knowledge is highly used in Africa. But when you go to Americas, they use traditional knowledge. And when you go to some other jurisdictions, they use traditional ecological knowledge. When you go to Europe, they use local knowledge. Now, when you look at all those concepts, one wonders whether we should have a uniform word, a uniform concept. And therefore, I look forward to these deliberations as we deliberate about what we have just seen on the program. In the back of our mind, we should also be thinking about what is in this name. Because sometimes it has also been called marginalized knowledge or primitive knowledge. And primitive here sounds a bit cruel, but but I think you also understand that primitive can also have a positive connotation. So in other words, what I'm saying is that I look forward to a pragmatic discussion, ways by which people protect and curate indigenous knowledge, with the knowledge of that indigenous knowledge being the foundation of our deliberations. In speaking to these different currents in today's program is the keynote address that will be delivered by Professor Haida Aid. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, because I come from Kenya, where I pronounce certain names differently. In fact, I always have a problem pronouncing South African names, especially where there's Q and there's X. Those names, even at graduation, you'll see me biting my tongue when I'm pronouncing those names. I know that Ashley also has those kind of problems. The other day he told me, so I'm not alone. So I'm not alone. But I hope that I pronounced the keynote speaker's name correctly. Haida Aid from Al-Aqsa University in Gaza. As we know, earlier this year, Al-Aqsa University's facilities were destroyed, and this is very, very, very sad, during Israel's genocidal bombarding of Palestine. All of us have been witnessing the year-long genocide in Palestine. Part of this genocide has led to the destruction of education and knowledge systems, including even educators who have been affected. Professor Aid's talk is entitled The Othering of Gaza. He will bring these events of Palestine into broader discussions of coloniality, and he will relate them to indigenous ways of knowing and being. He pays particular attention to the international community, giving us much to think about in this respect and drawing our attention to how urgent indigenous knowledge systems are to the liberation of us all. We hope that the day's events or the day's program will bring insight and offer space for making connections across epistemological, political, and cosmological and national borders. And we want to wish you all the best as you deliberate on these issues and the entire program, and all the best. Thank you so much.
Relabogile, are you around? To me? Yeah? Come. Something small from the conference, Prof.
Am I supposed to declare it?
You might have to, but no, I don't think so. Prof. Siri, thank you for your support of the conference and for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, something small from us. Colleagues, we have the screening that we had referred to. So on the program, you would see that this is a short documentary. The title is Returning to Zarnuka. I'm going to read you the abstract or the brief that comes with the movie. It's a Palestinian story of generational displacement, genocide, and the inevitability of return. The story is as relevant as ever as we continue to fight for an end to the genocide and a call for the right of return for all displaced Palestinians. The film is about Haider Eid, who of course is joining us, and Prof. Haider will also present today's keynote. I'll introduce Prof. Eid a little more fully after the movie. Just some brief background. No, that I carry over to the end. Can we get the screen ready for showing?
I'm standing looking at this cacti that they couldn't uproot, and I just know, it's you and your ancestors and your family, and yeah, you're part of, you're in the earth here, and whatever they uproot, it'll just come back, it'll just come back.
Absolutely. Hello.
Hey, Haidar.
Hi, Mister.
Hi.
Hi.
So we sent the second link. I don't know if you managed to watch the first one.
I am watching the first one. You are driving a car. I don't know what place is this.
They call this neighborhood Kiryat Moshe, and it's on the land of Zarnuga.
Like it's like a middle class suburb somewhere. I don't know. That's what I'm watching right now with cars, 4x4 cars, and modern cars and houses and villas. So what is that? Is that Zarnuga? That's not Zarnuga.
It is. That's on the land of Zarnuga. Yes, that's on the land of Zarnuga.
That's on the land of Zarnuga.
They built their kind of, where they put first Russian immigrants, and then more recently they put Ethiopian. And we know that it was like, it was kind of a poor neighborhood on the outside of Rehovot. I don't think we found everything that exists. I mean, the mosque exists. We were told
the mosque exists. Okay. Yeah, this is the mosque. Yeah?
Yes, that's the Muhammad Mosque.
You're standing there now, right?
Yes. And there are some trees here that I believe are older than 70 years old.
I can see you now.
Yeah, the mosque is.
So they're keeping the old bricks and stones in the same dome. Yeah. Look at that. How emotional one can get.
I can imagine.
Yeah, thing.
Must be very painful.
Yeah, I was told about the mosque by my father and my mother. We're looking at the inside of the mosque right now, Nita. Yeah, it's. I think it was in the mid-70s that I went with my parents, my aunt, and my sister to Zarnuga, and there were still some houses, including, as far as I remember, a two-story building that belonged to my aunt. Of course, nobody lived there. They knew every inch of the village. They could walk in every single street, and they even gave, they even remembered the names that they had given to the trees.
Wow.
It was an orchard. Yeah, it was an orchard. I remember that. I think it was, I can't remember. I think it was between 5 and 7 years old at the time. So it was, early mid-70s. I remember when my father and my mother started crying. I mean, after we left, and then they started crying, and my aunt as well, as I told you, she lives in a refugee camp in Jordan right now, and they were crying. So the memory is bad. I must tell you that. I mean, it's a bad memory about things that happened, and then they told me what happened before 1948, and then when they left, they took the keys, and they never thought that they would never be allowed to go back. Before 1970, they used to live in the Nusayrat refugee camp. So when they moved from the refugee camp to Gaza City itself, that was after 1967. Of course, before 1967, they were not allowed. They were only allowed to visit Zarnuga between 1967 and 1993. And because during the first Intifada, it was also very, very difficult. And the memories they had, of course, they had very nice memories about, Zarnuga before 1948. But then what happened exactly in 1948, they wouldn't tell us in detail. I mean, they would tell us the stories because it's a trauma.
Yeah,
it's a real trauma, and it has become part of our collective unconscious. You know that, all of us Palestinians. But for me, Zarnuga has a special place, in my heart. So they told me about the mosque, and they told me about streets, and my father had good memories of the coffee shop. Where they used to sit, etc., etc. But he used to work, he used to work in Yafa and other places, not in Zarnuga, as a young man. I mean, talking to you, knowing that you are in Zarnuga now, and watching that video you've just sent, it's very emotional.
Yeah.
Because it brings back the memories of both parents who died. My father died in January 2005. My mother couldn't bear it, and then she followed him in May 2005. So it's only 4 months between the death of my father and the death of my mother. The sad part of it is that my mother was very ill at the end of her life, and she would wake up, she would lose consciousness, she would wake up, and that is after the death of my father. And then she would ask my brother whether my father has come back from Yafa or not, which means now she thought that she was still, and that was in 2005, which means that she ignored about 60 years of dispossession, Nakba, and she believed that she was still in Zarnuga, and she was waiting for Hafiz, that's my father, to, he was working in Yafa, and she was waiting for him to come back from Yafa. And then she would ask my brother, Abu Raja, and, is he back? Is he back from Yafa? It's sad, actually, it's sad, but at the same time, I say, thank goodness that both died, before the 3 genocidal wars Israel launched on Gaza to finish, quote unquote, to finish the job that they didn't see. I really didn't want them to see that. I didn't want them to go through this, what our friend, mine and yours friend, Ilan, calls incremental genocide that, that has been imposed on Gaza since 2006. And so they left Zarnuga in order to live on the largest concentration camp on earth. So what is only left for us now is what you are telling me. What is only left is, the mosque and that area you are talking about. I'm dying to see it, definitely in person. We will have that. I really have no doubt in my mind whatsoever, I will invite you to Zarnuga, definitely. And then we will start remembering this moment. And you remember, Neta, when I was in Gaza and I couldn't visit Zarnuga? That moment is coming, whether Netanyahu wants that or he doesn't want that. We are not waiting for him to say yes. What we have on our side is our light. We are talking to each other as human beings. You are our comrades in arms, we refuse to have any joint projects with Israelis unless they recognize our right of return, and unless this project comes as part of co-resistance. After an hour, I will go to the eastern fence of Gaza. I will be joined by tens of thousands of refugees who will be marching at the fence, demanding the implementation of United Nations Resolution 194 and believing firmly that it will happen.
We are here a group of activists, BDS activists and activists who have decided to join the Great March of Return. We are here because we want the implementation of United Nations Resolution 194, which calls for the return of all Palestinian refugees to the towns and villages from which they were ethnically cleansed back in 1948. We can see you from this side, but we cannot shake hands with you. We can see you raising the Palestinian flag. You are about 300 to 400 meters from the fence, from where we are standing, but we cannot talk to you. We cannot shake hands with you, and this is apartheid.
We are believing very strongly that one day we will get rid of this fence, the same way Germans managed to bring down the Berlin Wall, and the same way Black South Africans managed, with the help and the support of conscientious people all over the world, to bring down the apartheid system. Where is apartheid now? It is in the dustbin of history. And the day will come when we go to visit that museum in Jerusalem, and similar to the Museum of Apartheid that people are visiting right now in Johannesburg, and we will look at Zionism and remnants of Zionism and see, well, people didn't know that one day Zionism will only be visited in the museum or in the dustbin of history. We are feeling right now in Palestine, and especially in Gaza, that we are living our South African moment. The moment that, you know, the darkest moment of the night that precedes, that comes before the dawn. And you have an open invitation to visit Zarnuga when I go back to Zarnuga.
I don't know how you manage to, always from the darkest place, and in the situation that I know you're living in right now, like, to always give me hope, and give us hope, and you convince me that that we have to keep going and we have to keep fighting because this injustice will come to an end.
We will be equal citizens in a secular democratic state very soon, Netta.
Amen. Yeah, I'm so looking forward.
Inshallah.
بين المخاض والألم من تاني بنتولد بين المخاض والألم الحكمة بتتولد والغنوة بتتولد كل اللي عدى وراح لسه في عينيك بيتولد هو 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 هو
Prof. Eid, thank you for sharing this piece with us. I think all of us will agree that the documentary and the conversation is a powerful and moving one, and it's a conversation that I imagine must have been painful to proceed through. We noted the references to the many hardships and the many painful losses that even continue now as we speak. But I also noted the indications of the great courage that you reflected on, and the moments of hope, even towards the end. We offered a moment of reflection yesterday, and I think it would be a good point for us to do this today too, where we recognize the great losses. We recognize the loss of Khalil Abu, who was a part of this project, as well as his family, who died in an Israeli strike. And we pay our respects to that family. We also acknowledge that the genocide is one of a number that has occurred. There have been others. There was the discussion about Rwanda yesterday, and there have been various points where the wars in South Sudan, and I think past, although still persisting difficulties in the northwest of Africa, Western Sahara, where remnants, ongoing genocide is actually still taking place. Colleagues, we briefly offer a moment of silence before we proceed to the next part. Thank you, colleagues. I want to introduce Prof. Haider Eid. Prof. Eid, we're honored that you've joined us to share your work with us and to offer us a keynote today, The Othering of Gaza. Prof. Eid is an associate prof of post-colonial and postmodern literature at Gaza's Al-Aqsa University. Prof. Eid is also a policy advisor to Al-Shabaka, which is a Palestinian policy network. I have a few pages, Prof, of your CV, but I'll just get to the main points. His PhD is in English literature and philosophy. And Prof. Eid has worked across the Middle East, of course in Gaza and Palestine, but also in South Africa, in Soweto, and has authored a number of books on Gaza and life in Palestine. Prof. Eid, we warmly welcome you to this 4th conference and hand over to you for your presentation, after which we'll have some time to discuss and engage you. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you so much, Professor Haneke. And am I right? Right. Let me just start by begin by thanking University of South Africa, University of the Philippines, and Ahmad Dahlan University for organizing this very important conference. I remember when Dr. Naima invited me. Actually, we met, I think, about eight months ago or 7 months ago at an event. And she insisted that I join you, and I don't regret it. I don't regret saying yes. But before I start, and it will take some time here, because I will try to contextualize what happened in 1948, and I will try to contextualize Gaza, the genocide. In a way, I will divide my presentation into 3 parts. The first part will be about Zionist knowledge from the perspective of the victim of Zionist colonialism. And then I will move to talk about Gaza and why is Israel targeting Gaza, killing Palestinian children. Since the morning, by the way, 35 children have been killed today. And then I will talk about the genocide itself. And I might allude to my personal experience, even though I don't like to do that. But before also I start, yes, Khalil Abu Yahya, who was behind the camera when we filmed this in Gaza. He was my student, a former student of mine, and his wife as well, Tasneem, was a former student of mine, and they became BDS activists, one-state activists, and they started writing pieces. And because I like singing, he used to produce video clips of my songs. And I remember very well, on the 2nd day of the genocide, we were forced out of our house on the 3rd day of the genocide. Khalil was forced out of his house on the 2nd day of the genocide. He lived in the Jabalia refugee camp, which is being annihilated. The people of Jabalia are being annihilated as we are talking right now. Over the last week, more than 750 people, 80% of whom are children and women, were killed in Jabalia, and the world is doing nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. More than 1 year now, we've lost more than 42,000 people, 70% of whom are women and children, including more than 50 of my own cousins. And I'm talking about, entire families, whole families being wiped out. Whole families being wiped out, and the world is doing absolutely nothing except some empty rhetoric. People are paying lip service. I mean, okay, the ICJ, thank you, South Africa, but that has not stopped the genocide. ICC, thank you, ICC, Nasir Khan, but that has not stopped the genocide. BDS, and I am one of the founders of the BDS movement, and I'm telling you, sometimes I feel hopeless and helpless. Mahmoud Darwish, our great poet, used to say, what do we do as Palestinians? We nurture hope, and I doubt that. Edward Said, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the works of Edward Said, and one of his books is titled After the Last Sky, and it's taken from a poem by Mahmoud Darwish. Where should the birds, Palestinians, fly after the last sky? Where? Well, I flew to South Africa, but that's an exception. So, with that introduction, and by mentioning Khalil Abu Yahya, I just wanted to finish this because I promised myself and I promised his family to tell his story wherever I go. We were in contact on the phone. This is my fourth displacement. In Gaza, I was displaced 3 times, and I'm not complaining because this is really nothing compared to the sacrifices made by the Palestinians of Gaza. But we used to be on the phone all the time after they destroyed his house, and he moved to stay with his in-laws in the Nusayrat refugee camp, my birthplace. And I remember speaking to him 3 hours before he was targeted. So he was killed. He was supposed to come to South Africa. He was in contact also with Salim. His wife, Tasneem, was also killed, and his 2 little children, 2 months old and 3 years old. With his in-laws, 9 people were killed. And that's just one example. And as I said, I've lost more than 50 of my cousins. And I'm not saying this because I'm trying to use a sort of emotive language here. These are facts. This is our daily life in Palestine, in Gaza in particular. And Israel is moving to the West Bank. Israel is moving to Lebanon, committing another genocide in Lebanon. Over the last two weeks, apartheid Israel has killed more than 2,000 people in Lebanon. More than 2,000 innocent civilians. And the world is blaming both sides, the colonizer and the colonized, the oppressor and the oppressed. And we are not supposed to say no to apartheid Israel. We're not supposed to resist apartheid Israel. We are supposed to die and say, thank you, sir. Thank you to Israel. Thank you to Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank you to genocidal Biden. And accept whatever crumbs of bread they throw to us. And that is not going to happen. That is not going to happen at all because we've made up our mind. We will resist until the last drop of our life. That is a decision that has been taken by all Palestinian political forces, with some exceptions, of course, and Palestinian civil society. Resistance in different forms. You talked about the 4 pillars of struggle in South Africa. We are using the same pillars of struggle, from armed resistance to civil disobedience, BDS, and we also bank on conscientious people to isolate apartheid Israel. What is the solution? Military embargo. The end of apartheid in Palestine. 1 person, 1 vote in South Africa, 1 person, 1 vote in Palestine. So that was a necessary, I think, introduction. Before I start talking, my presentation will be, as I said, about Zionism, the existence of Israel as a result of a settler colonial ideology, Zionism, coming from the West, leading to this moment where people are being killed on daily basis. The average is 135 people every single day. So far, more than 42,000 people. It's like, if you think about South Africa, within a year, it's like killing 6 million South Africans within a year. It's like killing more than 20 million Americans within a year. And we are to blame for that. Why? Because we are resisting. Why? Because we are calling for freedom, because we are calling for equality, and because we are calling for justice. And that is considered anti-Semitic. We are accused of, being anti-Semitic because we are calling for the destruction of Israel in the Middle East. Exactly like South Africa, when you called for the end of apartheid, it was not a call for the destruction of South Africa. It was a call for the destruction of apartheid, injustice. So that was my 2 cents as an introduction. And I want also to begin by, again, quoting Edward Said, since we are talking about indigenous knowledge and other forms of knowledge as well. Edward Said in Culture and Imperialism, one of his seminal works, in fact, he said, I'm quoting, "It is more rewarding and more difficult to think concretely and sympathetically, contrapuntarily about others than only about us, unquote. And I want to make a confession. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, I was contacted by the editors of Mondovez while I was working also on this keynote speech. And they wanted me to write an op-ed on the anniversary of the first year of the 7th of October. And then I was also working on this speech, and I found it, I mean, when I got this message from Mondovez and I was working on this, Israel was indiscriminately carpet bombing our people in Gaza. So I was listening to news, trying to concentrate, calling my family, calling my colleagues. Al-Aqsa University, as the professor said, has been destroyed. We have 2 beautiful campuses, 11 academic institutions, including 9 universities, and more than 600, I think, and 50 schools have been completely destroyed. So I was trying to get hold of my colleagues at the same time, and I found this task extremely difficult. I mean, writing an op-ed about my personal experience, my family, my colleagues, my friends, etc., etc. I mean, what can one say? And then also thinking about, I mean, what to tell people in Cape Town. I mean, people want to know, but people also don't know the context. And this is why I decided to write about the context of what happened in 1948, leading to this moment. And one source of inspiration while I was thinking about it, or rather, let me say motivation at the time, is Edward Said's seminal work, Permission to Narrate. Permission to narrate. We are not permitted to narrate. You were not allowed to narrate your history, your story. We're talking about indigenous knowledge. So that was one of the inspirations, actually, in which Edward Said called upon us, of course, Palestinians, to take our struggle to the world of representation and historical narratives. And he argued that the existing imbalance of political and military powers, I mean, apartheid Israel, when you think about it, Israel, some people claim that it has the 4th strongest army in the world, equipped with F-16, F-35, F-50. I know the names of these. I mean, I don't, even my children know the names of the rockets and the planes. Israel has more than 450 nuclear hits, by the way. The only nuclear power in the Middle East, and we are supposed to fight again. And what do we have? I mean, we have our bodies and some stones. So Edward Said argued that we need to take our struggle to the world of representation and historical narratives because the existing imbalance of political and military powers does not mean that the subaltern, us, the marginalized, in other words, the colonized also, do not possess the ability to struggle over the production of knowledge. And this is the theme of our conference, the production of knowledge, and with reference, of course, to indigenous knowledge. So what I want to do now, and I hope you don't get bored, is that I'm going to go back in history and try to understand Zionism from the perspective of its victims. That is, by the way, also the title of one chapter. I think it would say the question of Palestine, Salim, if you remember, one of the very important chapters. Zionism, understanding Zionism from the perspective of its victims. And that has become part of our knowledge as Palestinians. We need to know why they are doing this to us. Extremely difficult to understand, I know that. How can I explain this to people who are being bombarded on daily basis? And if they try to resist, I would say, no, please try to understand. These are the victims of the Holocaust, a crime committed by white people in Europe, and we are paying the price for that. Why am I supposed to understand that? But I have to. I mean, this is, again, as Saeed and those of you who are familiar with Palestinian literature, Ghassan Kanafani, one of my gurus, this is our curse. I mean, in order to understand your own identity, you have to understand their identity. And the guilt complex of the Germans, of the Europeans, for which we are paying an extremely heavy price now. Literally, literally. So, I personally have read some of the classical Zionist literature, and it revealed, in a way, those of you who are familiar, classical Zionist literature going back to the 18th and 19th century in particular. It reveals a dogma, and this is the essence of the issue, which proclaims that Jews all over the world constitute one nation. So if you were a Jew born in Yemen, and a Jew born in Sri Lanka and in Russia, you constitute one nation. Therefore, by virtue of being one nation, Jews are entitled to a territory that grants them immunity against the anti-Semitic world. The territory chosen was Palestine, for all the reasons you know, in which the Jewish state, as the embodiment of justice and liberty, and I'm quoting, would be guaranteed for all Jews, whether you are born in Cape Town or in Sandton, in Johannesburg, or New York, or in Yemen, or in Morocco. So Palestine, therefore, must become a Jewish state for all Jews. And that is the nation-state law of the Israeli parliament, the Israeli Knesset. Israel is the state of Jews only. It's not the state of all of its citizens. Ironically, the horror, as I said, of the inhuman Nazism in Germany in the 1930s gave boost to this idea. However, moving from a space that had othered them, that's Europe, to one where the authentic self can flourish, was confronted with the reality that the promised land was inhabited by its natives, us. So we have a dilemma here. It's not an empty land. Their promised land is not an empty land. In the 19th century, when the first conference took place in Switzerland, two Jewish rabbis were sent to Palestine to find out about this empty land. And they wrote a letter back to the conference. One line: the bride is beautiful, but she's married to another man. The bride is beautiful, but she's married to another man. So what should you know? What should you do? Get rid of the other man. Kill the other man. In Zionist consciousness, the native Palestinians, exactly like Native Americans, became a surplus population that must be gotten rid of. Those who remain would be considered a minority without political and national rights. That is, the native Palestinian was viewed by hegemonic Ashkenazi Zionism as an obstacle to realizing the Zionist dream by his or her mere existence and presence. Like any other colonial settler power, Zionism denied the existence of Palestinians. They don't exist. Golda Meir in 1967, she was the prime minister of apartheid Israel, and you can see this on YouTube, by the way. It is on YouTube. She was asked by, I think it was a Sunday Times reporter, and she was asked, what about Palestinians? She said, they don't exist. There are no Palestinians. I mean, blatant racism, genocidal. So Zionism is intrinsically genocidal. And this is why we have this rationale of the Zionist slogan, a land without people for people without land. In order to concretize this slogan, the Palestinians had to be eliminated. I think it was Patrick Wolf who talked about the annihilation of natives. Yeah. Palestinians had to be eliminated, annihilated, whether through massacres, Deir Yassin massacre in 1948, until today, of course, and what's happening right now to our people, to my people in Gaza, genocide or dispossession. The Zionist slogan of engineering a population shift from being the other, slave, to being the master or the majority required not only massive Jewish immigration, but also expulsion of those Palestinians who decide to remain in Palestine. Ethnic cleansing. Our friend Ilan Pape, whom I mentioned in this documentary, he wrote a fascinating book, a wonderful book, documented, referenced, titled The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, 1948. What is happening right now in Gaza, they want to finish the job by either ethnically cleansing Gaza or committing a genocide. And because Palestinians of Gaza are not leaving, so the only option now is getting rid of them, killing them. And that's why, because of this, in 1948, fundamental human, political, and national rights of Palestinians were, as they still are, denied, since the exercise of their rights would mean the end of the Zionist enterprise. A land without people for people without land is a Zionist slogan that has always expressed ways or the way Zionists looked at Palestinians. We are invisible, if not absent. Or rather, they created a term, present absentees. So we are there and we are not there. Present absentees. The Zionist rationale was, since the land was empty, what is the ground for the moral opposition to the creation of a land without people for us? i.e., people without a land. In order to concretize again this idea, the Palestinians had to be eliminated, annihilated, complete annihilation. Hence Gaza. Now, 2024. So the implementation of Ashkenazi Herzlian, with reference to Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, the implementation of Herzlian Zionism at the time led to the inevitable confrontation between natives and colonialists, between legitimate resistance on our part and illegitimate colonial power or settler colonial power. And and I'm sure you South Africans understand this very well. I mean, like any other settler power, especially founders of America, and here in South Africa, Zionism viewed natives as an other element of nature to be fought against. The Palestinian resistance, therefore, was viewed as it is still until today, I'm sure you know this, criminal violence, terrorism, illegitimate, etc. Palestinian inhabitants were considered anti-Semitic, and I'm going to use the Hebrew word goyim, which is the plural of goy, Gentile, the outsider, the other. So we are still considered the goyim of Israel. Anti-Semitic Gentiles, goyim, engaging in a war against peaceful settlers. We are the goyim engaged in a war against peaceful settlers. So to create Jewish sovereignty in Palestine, not only had land been taken away by force from native Palestinians, their aspiration, our aspiration for independence had to be squashed, since we were the greatest danger and threat to the success of Zionism. Obviously, the creation of an independent, sovereign state ruled by, like South Africa, parliamentary elections and majority rule, it was considered, or could have meant in 1948, the end of Zionism. No secular democracy. That means the end of Zionism, because it would have meant the rule of the majority, and we were the majority. I'm sure they are thinking about South Africa. It became clear then why Zionism has fought against the creation of, and is still fighting against the creation of, a representative legislative assembly in historic Palestine. Unfortunately, what I'm saying does not represent the political view of the Palestinian leadership, which strongly believes in a racist solution, two-state solution. Palestine on 22% of historic Palestine, our leadership has accepted that. And what I'm saying right now is the opposite. One-state solution. A secular, democratic state between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean, a state for all of its citizens, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, gender, etc., etc. That is not the program of the Palestinian leadership. So, and I don't want to read everything, actually, because it becomes a little bit dry about history, about the partition resolution and how Palestine was partitioned in 1947. 46% for Palestinians, 54% of the land for the settlers. And of course, the Palestinians did not accept that, and this has been since then used as, a justification for the creation of Israel and the occupation of the rest of Palestine. So I think that was an important, let me say, introduction as a context for what is happening right now in Gaza. But we need to also to understand that the realization of the Zionist dream, establishing Israel as the state of Jews only, not the state of its citizens, yes, it has meant redemption for some Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews, Western Jews, Eastern European Jews. But, and here is the point about us and our knowledge, what is pushed back to what the American philosopher, critical thinker, Frederick Jameson, who passed away last month, called the political unconscious. We are pushed back, all the crimes committed against us are committed back to the political unconscious of Zionists. And that is the other half of the equation, namely the crime against and dispossession of natives of historical Palestine. So from the Palestinian perspective now, the crystallization of the Zionist dream has meant dispossession, and the Arabic word we use is ghurba, exile. Well, you saw in the documentary, my parents died, both of them, in 2005 in ghurba. Yes, in Palestine, but not in their village. I am a refugee. I'm a son of two refugees. When they died, they were literally dreaming of returning to them. That is ghurba, our ghurba. It also means, in a way, it includes alienation. Yes, it is exile, but you always have that feeling that you are alienated, that you are rejected. Another book by Edward Said, for those who are interested, is Reflections on Exile, in which he redefines the meaning of exile. Zionism wanted us to be forgotten forever in their political unconscious. Now, the Zionist response to all atrocities committed against us native Palestinians is that they should not have existed in the first place. We should not have existed and should not have been a part of the story. But we are writing our story now. Thus, Palestinians must remain invisible, or rather hidden victims, like Native Americans, of course. Our guilt, the Palestinian guilt, is that we were passive in 1948. 70% of the Palestinians in 1948 were peasants and farmers. We were passive, peaceful, and disorganized, no match for the well-organized, active Ashkenazi Zionists. The goal of Zionism has always been to make the us, as I said, invisible, faceless, and voiceless. Voiceless refugees from nowhere, removed from the world's active consciousness. Palestinians, according to the Zionist narrative, had no history, no consciousness, and thus no story to tell. So I don't know whose story I'm telling you right now, because according to this, we have no story to tell. Palestinians are, and I'm using terms, by the way, Zionist terms here. Palestinians are native aliens who became foreigners by the misfortune of being born. Now, the problem is that we are not born to Jewish mothers. Because according to Israel's basic law, that Jews are only those who are born to Jewish mothers. And therefore, they are entitled to Israeli citizenship. Whereas I am not entitled to Israeli citizenship, I am not a citizen of the state for the mere fact that my mother is not Jewish. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird, absolutely. Israel, by the way, is one of the very few states in the world that, doesn't have a constitution. No constitution. It has basic laws. And more than 60 of its basic laws define it as an apartheid state. This is not according to me. This is according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Israel's mainstream human rights organization, Beit Salem. Israel is an apartheid state. Israel has violated every single international law that you can think of, including the gravest one, the crime of genocide. Apartheid and ethnic cleansing. But Palestinians are also the enemy by their mere presence, their mere existence. Every Palestinian is by definition a threat because of the mere fact that she is part of the Palestinian people. The contradiction between, and here is my conclusion about what happened before 1948 and the existence of Israel, and Western hypocrisy. The contradiction between professed ideals and actual behaviors, which has been the engine of political change in many places, do not exist for many Israelis because the democratic creed is absent in Israel. There is no promise of equality for all citizens in Israeli political culture and praxis. In short, and before I just reach this conclusion, Smotrich, Israel's fascist minister of finance, when he became minister, he said, Palestinians have one choice only. Either to leave or to become our slaves, literally. You can Google that. Either leave the land of Yeretz Yisrael in Hebrew, the land of Greater Israel, or become our slaves, our servants, or be killed. So we're not leaving, and we will not become their slaves, and this is why they're killing us. This is the reason. And there is no promise of equality for all citizens in Israeli political culture and practice. In short, to understand Israel, to sum up, there is no tradition of civil liberties in Israel because such a tradition would mean the end of Zionism. As simple as that. True equality means the dismantling of the state of Israel. If Israel becomes the state of all of its citizens after our return as refugees to Israel, what would happen to Israel? According to them, this means the destruction of the state. If Israel belongs to all its citizens, it would mean the end of the Zionist state. So that is the context for what happened in 1948. And you cannot understand Gaza without going back to what happened before 1948. According to mainstream media, including white liberal media in South Africa, it's as if the story only begins on the 7th of October, 2023. And that is an insult to the blood of Palestinian victims from 1948 until the 7th of October. I was in Gaza. I witnessed every single war since 2005. And I lost so many friends, so many relatives. In 2008, I was there. 2012, I was there. 2014, 2021, including the Great March of Return. I was there, and I never wanted to leave. But this time it's different, because I didn't want to lose my children, because the Israelis started targeting activists. Professor Rafat al-Arair was my friend. Yeah. And I remember, they used to call us, they called him. He was a poet. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the name. He was displaced about 10 times until they got him, together with his family. And as if that was not enough, after they killed him, they came for his daughter and her husband. That's Israel. That's Israel for you. That's Benjamin Netanyahu. That's Joe Biden. So we need, when people keep asking about Gaza, you can't understand without really understanding the context. So now I come to Gaza. Even before the genocide. And I want to talk about the last 15 years, even the last 20 years. And before the ongoing genocide. Israel launched, 5 massive genocidal wars, attacks. The world did not consider them genocidal. Whenever I said, well, this is genocidal, people said, no, you can't say that. This is not a genocide. You cannot make that comparison with what happened to Jews in Germany. You cannot call it the Gaza Holocaust. You cannot call it an extermination camp. So what is happening right now in Jabalia? Literally, it's an extermination camp. Literally, this is what is happening. And we, for cultural reasons, conservative society, we're not talking about rape of women. But we know that it is happening. They are butchering people. The head of the orthopedic department of Al-Shifa Hospital, he was my friend. Dr. Adnan Al-Burj, I'm sure some of you are familiar with the name. He was a friend of mine. And he was interested in politics. He even wanted to visit South Africa. Yeah. The way he was killed. I was on the phone with him, but not hours before he died, months before he died. He was killed after my arrival to South Africa. Why did they have to kill him? They arrested him, tortured him based on testimonies by other prisoners, tortured him for, I think, a month, and then they killed him. I mean, let that sink in. Doctors, academic, journalists, students. I mean, what kind of state is this? Why did the world, people keep asking, the world was indifferent to the suffering of Jews. 6 million Jews were butchered. Definitely. Terrible, horrific crime against humanity by Nazi Germany. And the question, what did the world do then? And then never again. No, it is happening again. And we are the victims now of that racist, genocidal ideology. You know, I don't want to talk again. I wrote about, how many people we lost during these 5 wars. But I want to quote a fantastic Jewish professor, Sarah Roy. In her visit to Gaza, and she's an expert on Gaza all her life. She studied, Gaza. She describes the Gaza Strip, and that was before the wars on Gaza, before 2009, when Gaza was and still remains under a medieval siege. She says, and I'm going to quote what she had to say. She said, Gaza Strip is, and I quote, a land ripped apart and scarred. The lives of its people blighted. Gaza is decaying under the weight of continued devastation, unable to function normally. And then she concludes, the decline and disablement of Gaza's economy and society have been deliberate, the result of state policy, consciously planned, implemented, and enforced. And just as Gaza's demise has been consciously orchestrated, so have the obstacles preventing its recovery, unquote. That was in 2005, 2006. In addition to Israel's daily attacks and airstrikes, and I'm talking about my experience in 2006 until today. Of course, the reason why apartheid Israel decided to impose a siege on Gaza in 2006, because in January that year, we Gazans of Palestinians of Gaza and the West Bank, we were asked to head to the polling station. If you remember, after the destruction of Iraq, George Bush claimed to want to spread democracy in the Middle East. So they wanted to experiment. So they asked us to vote. Us meaning only Palestinians of Gaza and the West Bank. I didn't do that because I don't believe that you can choose freely under the barrel of the gun of the occupier. And because other components of the Palestinian people were not allowed to vote, refugees and Palestinian citizens of Israel. I did not vote, but people in Gaza and the West Bank voted against the will of the occupier. They voted against the Palestinian Authority. They voted against the two-state solution. And this is why America, apartheid Israel, and reactionary Arab regimes decided to impose a deadly siege on Gaza. I mean, I lived there, and I know. We couldn't find milk. We couldn't find meat. We couldn't find cigarettes. There was no electricity. 97% of Gaza's water became undrinkable. Literally. The list of items, and I remember one of Israel's generals, he said, we want to reduce the amount of calories Palestinians are allowed to use. We want to keep them, we want to starve them, but we don't want them to die. Now they are starving us to death. So that's what happened in 2006. Now, I want to talk about the genocide. I think that was, that was enough talking about the context of leading to what's happening now. I remember in February 2008, Matan Vilnai, Israel's deputy defense minister, threatened us in 2008, Palestinians of Gaza, with what he called Shoah. Shoah is the Hebrew word for Holocaust. Now, this is an Israeli general using the word Holocaust, not against Jews, against us. He said, and I will quote what Matan Vilnai had to say. He said, they, us, will bring upon themselves a bigger Shoah because we will use all our might to defend ourselves, unquote. And that was in an interview on the Israeli Occupation Forces radio station. And what I think it is very telling that while activists and analysts have been berated for comparing what is happening now to Gazans to the pogrom committed by the Nazis last century. You are not allowed to say it's a Holocaust. You cannot say Zionists are like Nazis. So here we have an Israeli minister who used the word publicly, even though it is exclusively reserved to refer to the Jewish Holocaust. It is never used in Israel outside discussions of the Nazi extermination of Jews during the Second World War. Many Israelis, especially Zionists, have a serious problem with people using it to describe other similar genocides. There's only one genocide that was committed in the 20th century when you discuss with Zionists, right-wing Israelis. But Matan Vilnai, deputy minister, knew what he was referring to, and he did not mince his words. They are committing a Holocaust in Gaza. And in 2008, as I said, they launched a massive attack against Gaza. And exactly like what happened in the late 1930s and early 1940s, the so-called international community stood aside and watched idly, refusing to give shelter to the slaughtered. Gaza has 7 crossings, 7 gates. Gaza concentration camp. I used to call it, human rights organizations, the largest open-air prison. No, it's an extermination camp. And it has 7 gates, 6 of which are controlled by Israel. The 7th gate is the only exit we have to the external world. That's the Rafah crossing, controlled by the Egyptians. And I'm sure you can draw your conclusions. The Egyptian government. Yeah, so besieged. The same international community in 2008, 2009, in 2012, 2014, 2021, and now is still actually blamed and is still blaming both sides, the oppressor and the oppressed. And the word Shoah was kept for the exclusive use of monopolized victimhood of the citizens of apartheid Israel. The Nazi war criminals acted with full impunity for a long period of time, relying on the support of ordinary Germans and the indifference of the international community at the time, who somehow facilitated what the late philosopher Hannah Arendt said, called the banality of evil. I mean, is history repeating itself? I mean, you decide about that. Marx said, if it repeats itself as a tragedy or farce. And it is repeating itself as a tragedy and a farce in Gaza right now. So Hannah Arendt said, banality of evil, because of this, They felt at ease repeating the same crimes again and again, the Nazis, because of the banality of evil. What Nazi officers did, and I'm sure you in South Africa can also compare. I mean, what did, white officers think about when they killed Steve Biko, the Sharpeville massacre, Soweto, etc., etc. What Nazi officers did then looked, and I'm quoting Hannah Arendt, terrifyingly normal. It looked terrifyingly normal. For Israelis, what Israel is doing right now is terrifyingly normal. We brought it on ourselves, Palestinians. So much so that these officers committed crimes, and I'm quoting Hannah Arendt, under circumstances that made it well nigh impossible for them to know or to feel that they were doing wrong. Look at the videos posted on social media by Israeli soldiers and officers. Crimes committed in Gaza, supported by their families, by their wives and parents. Yeah, this is Hannah Arendt, a Jewish philosopher, who actually supported the establishment of Israel under this, the slogan of binationalism, a binational state. They killed the officers and afterwards felt no remorse whatsoever. In fact, Israeli soldiers are proud of killing children. Nowadays, we would describe this as the normalization of war crimes and crimes against humanity. In Palestine, we refer to it as the normalization of genocide. And seriously, and I really wonder, more than 1 year, do people still enjoy eating a good meal of food while the children of Gaza are being slaughtered? There's live streaming of what's happening in Gaza. Do people enjoy reading a book while the students of Gaza do not go to school, are not allowed to go to school because their schools have been destroyed? Do people really fall asleep while the people of Gaza are being slaughtered? This is from our own perspective. From their perspective, this is normal. This is normal. And Hannah Arendt said, terrifyingly normal. Yeah. So, the colonial West, I'm going to reach my conclusion. Colonial West has been lecturing us, third world people, the post-colonial world, developing world, on human rights and democracy for decades. Since the defeat of the Nazis in 1945, the United States, United Kingdom, France have waged wars to spread democracy all over the world, from Asia to Africa to Latin America, destroying in the process indigenous cultures and civilizations. These countries have committed heinous crimes as part of the white man's civilizing mission. Their imperialist project in the Arab world has been fulfilling two tasks. One, protecting Western interests in guarding oil fields and crushing the rising nationalist sentiments. Two, managing the liberal guilt complex regarding one of the worst pogroms committed in the 20th century, namely the Shoah, the Holocaust. This is why the Gaza Shoah is being tolerated. More than a year now. The brown-skinned Palestinians of Gaza are not worthy of our liberal conscience. And their banal deaths, even the murders by Israeli by Israelis of over 42,000 Palestinians, do not threaten our interest in the Arab world. Hence the failure of the UN Security Council to enforce a total ceasefire in Gaza. So, are we Palestinians to understand that Israel's genocide of Gaza is acceptable after a year? Normal? That the UN Security Council doesn't see the urgency of a total ceasefire now and implementation of a ceasefire? That the United Nations Security Council is only an extension of the US Department of State? Unfortunately, it has become so. That there is no possibility of another world order with a better United Nations where all votes are equal? The answers to these questions, except the last one, of course, is yes. Unfortunately, yes. But the tens of millions of pro-Palestinian people who took to the streets in South Africa, United States, United Kingdom, Spain, Morocco, Indonesia, Yemen, Jordan, Spain, Italy, Latin America, and conscionable decisions taken by governments of Bolivia, Colombia, Chile, South Africa, amongst other countries, offer a different answer to the last question. They offer the answer that another world where there is equality and real respect for human rights of all human beings, regardless of race, religion, sex, and ethnicity, is possible, if not absolutely necessary now. Thank you so much. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks. Prof, thanks so much for your presentation and your insights. We have a bit of time. If there are questions or if there are comments or if there are reflections, let's have 2 or 3 at a time and then give Prof. Haider a chance to respond to each set.
Yeah, comments, support for Palestine, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome. Support for Palestine, messages of support, you can raise it. Let's have a show. We have one over here. Hang on a second. Yeah. Anyone else? 1, 2. We'll start on this side and we'll move our way over there.
Test.
No, I can't. Sorry. I lost my hearing as a result of the bombing. Yeah, we have to use the mic.
I just want to get an idea about the supporting system for the victims of Gaza, no?
Yeah.
How they are surviving every day, these things.
Sure. Actually, a very, very good. Can I? Yeah, sure. In 2000, well, I assume that you are an academic, or you are involved in the academic field. In 2004, Palestinian academic institutions, academics, cultural figures, and cultural institutions issued a statement calling on academic institutions all over the world to boycott Israeli academic institutions. At the time, we said for their complicity in Israel's violations of international law. And I can tell you now, for their involvement, direct involvement in war crimes and crimes against humanity, the genocide committed against the Palestinian people. So I expect South African academic institutions to have no business as usual with Israeli academic institutions. But in 2005, Palestinian civil society now, not only academic institutions, issued also another statement calling on after looking at, studying the South African experience, pillars of struggle, South African call for BDS, and that was our model. So in 2005, Palestinians, when I say Palestinian civil society, I'm talking about a consensus now. Consensus across the board. Calling on the international community, civil society, international civil society in particular, and governments to boycott apartheid Israel, that was in 2005, until it complies with international law. So people ask us, what do you mean by compliance with international law? Very clear. International law is very clear about the illegality of Israel's occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, 1967. It is very clear about my right of return. Return and compensation. We are talking about 76 years now, 1948 until today. So first, Israel's withdrawal from Gaza and the West Bank and Jerusalem, Eastern Jerusalem, according to international law. 2, implementation of United Nations Resolution 194. You know, one of the main reasons why Israel is attacking Gaza, because 2/3 of Gazans are refugees, entitled to their right of return. In other words, reminding Israel of the original sin committed in 1948. No, we are here. We are in Palestine, and we want to return. 3, we want an end to Israel's apartheid laws. We want Israel to become the state of its citizens. Apartheid is a crime against humanity. So these are our demands. We expect the international community to heed our call. So that is the support that we want from the international community. Boycott, military embargo, sanctions. I mean, without sanctions, if you remember in the 70s and 80s, I think the first South African call, you can remind me, for BDS came out in the late 58, I think, Salim, 58, yeah, in London, right? Yeah, in 1958, it took the world, the international community, more than 30 years to heed that call. The world didn't really want at the beginning to boycott the apartheid regime. But then in the 80s, when you turned your townships into ungovernable spaces, the world was forced. You forced the world to boycott the apartheid regime here until it politically collapsed. Right? Well, there are arguments here. So I think it's a very clear. There is a consensus. We want your support, and that support, you have to cut all diplomatic ties. Last week, it was Nicaragua. Nicaragua decided to sever diplomatic ties with apartheid Israel. And this is what we want from the South African government. I mean, post-apartheid flag is still fluttering in the skies of Tel Aviv. No diplomatic ties, no cultural ties, no academic ties whatsoever with apartheid Israel until it complies with international. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Haider. I'll speak a little louder.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Thanks for that really powerful talk. I think it was really comprehensive. And I always admire Haider, given what he's gone through, not actually this past year, but a number of years. And, you know, every time, because he is a South African citizen, our representatives in that part of the world tried to get him and his family out. And on 4 or 5 occasions, he said, no, I'm not leaving. So just recounting this, I mean, it's incredible the way Haider is able to do this constantly, all over the country and globally. Haider, you've answered my question because I really, the previous question really, but we met in 2001 at the UN Conference Against Racism in Durban, which was really a festival of the oppressed. It was indigenous communities from around the world, including the Americas, but also people asking for reparations. African Americans, Caribbean people, it was the Dalits, indigenous people in India, Adivasis, and there were Palestinians at that time, it was possible, from Gaza, the occupied West Bank, as well as in the refugee camps, with progressive anti-Zionist Jewish people around the world. And a few years later, I mean, we had a march of 15,000 people. And of course, 2 weeks later, there was the tragic Twin Tower bombings. So, you know, that put paid to the powerful message that conference sent out. 15,000 people. At the head of the march was Dennis Brutus, people who are no longer with us, Fatima Mir, and many other veterans of our struggle. And we declared the second anti-apartheid movement. And then you and others, with the support of entire civil society, many political factions, formed the B&C. You talked about the founding principles. And you also were very active in, continue to be in PACBI, which calls for the boycott, academic cultural boycott of Israel, in the same way apartheid South Africa was boycotted, and how that inspired the call. Could you just tell us, because many people talk about the South African moment, you also talk about it, that inflection point, that tipping point, given the horror, unspeakable horror, do you think that is one area all of us have a role to play? From boycotting Israeli products to getting our universities to have resolutions. And I need to say that the UNISA resolution for a BDS, for academic boycott, was very important. It was one of the first universities, together with Fort Hare and others. And the conference that was meant to happen, the discussion with Nadira Shalhoub-Kovakian, was another important thing. But could you suggest other things? I know UCT has got 27 final year medical students from Gaza to complete their studies. I know there's discussions you having with some of us, academic colleagues around the country, in what we could do to give that resolution concrete meaning and to support Gazan academics. It's scholasticide. There's no universities. Over 100 full professors have been killed. Over 10,000 students, including the ones Haida mentioned. So are there any other concrete things? From my side, I would like to say that a lot of academics, leading academics, have been trying to put pressure. Our own universities, I'm from UJ, that's another story. But also the universities of South Africa, USAF and ASAF, the Academy of Sciences of South Africa, which has not, a year later, despite about 6 or 7 universities taking resolutions, ASAF and USAF doesn't have the courage. They don't understand the purpose of higher education. It's cowardice. It's cowardice not to take a stand on this genocide. So any message you have to say about those issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Salim. Wow. There's a lot you can do, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. I know we are running out of time. I know. Yeah. You know, I was contacted by, remember, Nelson Mandela University, you know, wanting to show support. And, you know, they asked me, what can we do, et cetera, et cetera. And I sat with the acting vice chancellor. And to me, you know, it's almost impossible to contact academics in Gaza now. You know, I tried to give an online course. I was telling you about it, Salim. And it failed miserably. But are we going to try again? Yes, we are going to try again. It failed miserably because there's no electricity. I mean, there is no internet connection. And if you go to where, they provide the internet, the Israelis target these places. And so many people died trying to get connected. So, but we are trying. We are definitely trying. So with the Nelson Mandela University, I put them, in direct contact with the Minister of Higher Education in Ramallah. Because all, as I said, we have 11 academic institutions, including my own university. So the Ministry of Higher Education is based in Ramallah. And therefore, they can move around. It's easier for them to do that. And they are in charge of running these universities in Gaza. So the first thing is to be in direct contact. I'm not saying, to be in direct contact with the Palestinian Authority. No, because some people have a problem with that. Just directly with the Minister of Higher Education, who used to be an activist supporting ACBI, Academic and Cultural Boycott of Israel. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, you mentioned UCT bringing, I think, 26 students, but WITS did the same thing last month, and I was there. Professor Madi, the dean of the faculty, he invited me, and we welcomed 22 students trying to finish their degree in medicine. So what you can do is not to limit that only to medicine, because students actually send me messages. What about other disciplines? What about other departments and faculties? So I think that is another thing that can be done. Other Palestinian universities have been doing that. Bir Zayt, Ala Al-Azza, Bir Zayt and Najah University, they have been doing that. I myself couldn't do that. I tried, but as I said, it failed, but we will try again. Again, like, Mahmoud Darwish said, we nurture hope. We nurture hope. We have to. Hopelessness is not an option. As much as I keep saying, I'm hopeless, I'm helpless. But as Salim said, I still, come back and do it again. So I think that's the other thing. But the most important thing, Salim, is academic boycott. Israel's academic institutions, supply, the Israeli occupation forces. Soldiers are students. Weapons are made there. So I think the most important thing, and you mentioned UNISA, you mentioned Nelson Mandela University, but what about Stellenbosch University? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Their statement, they're refusing. All right. So I think, no, we need to exert more pressure and go public, because it is either we do it now or never again. I really think when I keep looking at figures, and I don't like figures. I don't. But according to the Lancet, Salim, I told you more than 42,000 people have been killed. But according to this reputable medical journal, the Lancet, more than 186,000 people have been killed over the last year. More than 180, and this is an underestimation, I believe so. I've read a report by United Nations that if this goes on like this, by the end of this year, Gaza will have lost more than 20% of its population. This is what we are talking about. Let's assume that we have a ceasefire now. Where will I go back? I've lost my flat, by the way. I've lost my car. I've lost everything. Where will I go back? I've lost my university. Where will my kids go back? So we need to put an end to this. And I really and strongly believe this is the role that has to be played by academics. Academics can lead, the global BDS campaign, of course, in coordination with Palestinians, etc., etc. The third thing, there is one thing, and here there is a bit of a critique of some South African sentiments. I've noticed that some people look at the Palestinian cause as a cause of charity. And please accept my criticism here. It's not a cause of charity. It's a cause of liberation, national liberation, justice, and freedom. Yeah, and therefore, you can help by donating to the BDS movement, donating to the health, to the non-existent health sector in Gaza. Almost all hospitals have been destroyed in Gaza. There's only one functioning clinic in Deir al-Balah. Al-Aqsa, it's not a real hospital. All hospitals have been destroyed. And I think that Gift of the Givers is doing a very good job, I must admit. And this is why they assassinated their representative in Gaza, for example. And I think the last thing, I think we need to forget about the racist two-state solution, Salim. I think your government is repeating the same mantra, including our leadership. There will never be an independent Palestinian state on 22% of Palestine because Israel has expropriated more than 44% of the land of the West Bank, has turned Gaza into a concentration camp. Where will the Palestinians have their own state? Number two, if you say two-state solution, that means I cannot return to the village from which my parents were kicked out. That means no equality because you have to recognize Israel as the state of Jews only. And that is not going to happen. I think that's enough. We can go on and on. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Prof, I think I
There
don't
is-
see any further hands. We bring that to a close.
Yeah.
Before you leave, Prof. Seneca and Kolisa, can you join me? Yeah.
Thank
Prof, thanks
Thank you.
again for sharing your presentation, and there weren't comments on the documentary.
Yeah.
I'm certain it touched all of us.
Yeah.
Something small from
Yeah.
the IKSP.
Thank
Something
you so
small from
much.
us.
Thank you so much.
We want to take a photo of you.
Oh, yeah.
So-
Sure,
so
sure. Come on. Yeah, yeah.
I'll join you. Is it yours? Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much, colleagues. We have one last item for the session. I just need to check. There hasn't been a change of plan, Dr. Mbele. It's your. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Ongezwa Mbele, Dr. Ongezwa, is a drama and performance lecturer at the University of KZN, KwaZulu-Natal. Her theatre, poetry, and storytelling ventures are centered around young people and children in collaboration with community members. She tells us Indigenous stories to children and adults in informal spaces. Thank you, Ongezwa. We have your insert, and then we'll break for tea. Yeah. All right. All yours.
Oh, wow. I'm just going to take a deep breath and ground myself after that speech, Prof. And I think what has been interesting is that the importance of greeting. So in our languages, in their greetings and gratitude, carry gentle reminders of our humanity. Sawubona in isiZulu is a greeting which means I see you. I see you with those who you walk with, who are alive, who have perished, but are alive in our memories and spirits. I acknowledge you. And if we ever should be blinded by the scorching injustices, remember the call to really see each other, to see our ancestors. The word Zulu means heavens, weathers, the skies, and our ancestors see us from up there. Black people daring to call themselves Zulu is the magic of the imagination, to see oneself beyond what your oppressors see, to see oneself beyond what your oppressors see. Sisaphila, we answer in isiZulu when you say sawubona, to the call of being seen, to the call of seeing. We utter that today, in this hour, in this minute, in this second, we are alive and we are breathing. And breathing in the most mundane, revolutionary act of our time. As the waves of violence attempt to strip us of our mother's tongue and our ways of knowing that got us here. In our greetings, we meditate on being alive and surviving yet another day. Our languages are ways of thinking and being, and we know this. They are an embodiment of cacophonies of our complexities. May we thrive and soar in knowing this. May we remember this. Remember, as it's been said, as the English language tries and fails to colonize the fullness and the landscape of our mother's tongue. May we hold this truth under our tongues as we are called purist, essentialist, for bask in the sun rays of our ancestors' work, of our ancestors' works and languages and strategies. They didn't write, they say. It was all orality, they say. But we say they spoke, laugh in our languages. In our rituals, they sailed across the oceans of enslavement. Or see me in this poem being distracted by the voices that don't see us in our languages. Or see me being corrected in this Word document while I'm writing my poem on red marks on the vernacular words of this poem. Digital spaces of advancements and futuristic and progressive rhetorics that did not imagine the vocabs of our languages sitting on white papers, on white screens. Or how long for the day that I don't have to prove my worth to a languaging that has never pictured me speaking the fullness and sensuality of my mother's tongues with my lips and body. Hold my colonial woundedness. Let me not be distracted by its past and smell. How do we teach the language of love and futures and healing when our languages bleed with red lines on Word documents? In Setswana, we heed the greetings call with the word pula. Pula. Let it pour with rain. Pula. Let the waters nourish and quench your thirst in this fight of justice. We are not divorced from nature. Ours is a marriage forged in a mother's wound and mother's wombs, umbilical cords buried on the earth, in the soul. Pula is our currency to the waters we found ourselves water wars we find ourselves in today. Our greetings carry prophecies of what has mattered to our souls. And they once questioned us if we had souls. In Sesotho, they say kiteng, meaning we are here. Dumelang kiteng, we are here. I am here. And whatever violent, evil force tried to remove me and my ancestors on this earth failed with us being here today. I wonder what our mother's tongues say when they disappear from our memory, our subconscious, our brain. Do they bellow with grief at all the ancestral work of ukulima ulimi lwakho? When I heard for the first time that the word utata exists in Xhosa, as it exists in Bemba, a language spoken in Zambia, I buried myself in the archives of oral storytelling. How to see and find each other beyond these colonial borders is the work. In fact, I'm still buried in the archives and waiting for the truths about who we really are, as we are here to be resurrected. When my name, Ongezwa, existed as Ongezia in Swahili, Ongezwa in Xhosa means the one who's added. In Zulu means the one who does not listen, and I don't at times. These dualities of meanings and varied meanings allow myself to dance in the multiplicity of my being. When siyathokoza, which means joy in isiZulu, means thank you in Chewa, a language spoken in Malawi. With this poem, I'm putting bandages on our gushing wounds. With this poem, I'm coming undone in the fractured languages. With this poem, I'm seeing the labor of those who didn't write, but spoke and named their children names with the dreams of their existence, and the clan names that mapped our archives of migration, of running away, and of patterns across the disruptions of colonial borders. How are we doing for time? Fine. I'm going to call an ancestor, a musical ancestor, Miriam Makeba. And I'm going to sing a song which she sang for her mother as she was passing away. Welala, wela mama, welala, wela mama, welala, wela ma, wela mama, wela mama, ma. We are a people of song, a people of vibrations, of meditations, of rhythms. Today, I remember you, Miriam. Oh, Miriam, how you soared and you fought for us in music. I have met your spirit in corner stores at the heart and beat of New York summers. I asked for directions from the corner store shopkeeper. He says to me, "Where you from, miss?" I say, "South Africa." He says, the click song. Miriam, you exist in your spirit in corner stores. Your name falls out of American accents. Undoubtedly. An Uber driver in the streets of New York, tongue tales of you at the announcement of me being South African. He says he's from Liberia, salvaging every memory of you in Liberia, repeating a verse, I know her. I know Miriam, as the car glides on the tar of the road, as if we are a church at your funeral, resurrecting you and uttering your eulogy. I know her, he says, his bones and soul in prayer at the altar of you. Welala, wela mama, welala, wela ma, wela ma, wela ma. A Somalian poet, Wasa Shan, has weaved memories of growing up with your songs. In her poem, she says, Miriam, my parents played your music at their wedding, called you Makeba, never Miriam, never first name, always singer, never wife, daughter, mother, lover, daughter, mother, never lover, aching. Wasa Shan is in London and is a refugee Somalian refugee. Miriam, you have been a conversation starter in my meetings with strangers, like a food starter that clears the palate and makes way for the possibilities of being human enough. Your name is an ellipsis of wonder. You are a full stop of being musically enough. How can one's spirit live long through times and spaces? When there were no social medias, platforms in your times, for your spirit to reach this smiling age means your stories vibrate in music beyond these colonial borders. Of our lineage, a music literacy of a lifetime, a compulsory decolonial life orientation. Miriam, we need you. Dismantle these borders that bother us, make them permeable. So we can move across and beyond the possibilities of being humanly enough. A Moroccan man once marveled at your grace and pose and asked me to be more like you. When I moved rapidly and lashed at him like a bull at a China store. Oh, Miriam, you are a wailing song of grief that is never ending, whose beat changes swiftly, unexpectedly, asking our souls to bear witness to your life and afterlife. Miriam, we miss you. A white Norwegian woman in prison refused to take me seriously as a teacher if I didn't sing and teach her the click song. I looked at her with distaste, and she stared at me as if your spirit was hovering upon us with grace. I said to her with a crooked smile, your tongue does not bend and stretch to the sounds of Igqirha lendlela nguqongqothwane. Igqirha lendlela kuthiwa nguqongqothwane. And this is our reconciliation. Oh, Miriam, your spirit has found me and I found it on dance floors. Pata pata, caressing every softness of my skin, being patted and parted by the comfort of your musical notes swelling in the fullness of my soul. Are you traveling with me, or am I traveling with you? Miriam.
Okay, so that was beautiful. Thank you. Colleagues, we come to the end of the session. We've gone a little over time. Don't be too worried. Tea is still there. We'll just have a shorter tea break. Let's come back in 15 minutes, and then we'll catch up the time we've lost in the next session. All right. Enjoy your tea.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back from tea. And just to thank the speakers who went earlier today. I couldn't help picking up the theme on the weight of history, right? So yesterday, Prof. Puleng Sekgalo, and today, with the conversation and input on Gaza, and this inability to reach ancestral ground and the bodies of family, people buried, this tussle with death that kind of permeates the space. So I wanted to just put that in the room. Now we're moving towards the conversation that will take us to lunch, and that's a symposium on community engagement. Community engagement is probably, and maybe those, we can have a discussion, a contestation about this, is probably one of the most, I want to say, unsexy of the issues, right, that we engage with in academia. In part because it's frankly hard work. It's hard work ideologically, intellectually, in practice, politically, and it depends very much on people's passion and commitments to doing something about the things that we sometimes talk about. The will to do something beyond philosophizing or theorizing it, right? And for that reason too, it's often comes for heavy criticism, because you can do so much wrong, both as a community practitioner or as a scholar who practices in community. There are minefields in the way of this kind of work, and the safe thing can be a retreat back into the university for those who are in universities, and a dissociation just because it's so fraught and difficult. So we entering the space aware of these complexities and contingencies. We invited several people that we've worked with over the years, by we, the Institute for Social and Health Sciences, in Johannesburg, Region G in the south, and also in Cape Town, in particular the local network of CARE. And then beyond that, we invited and asked Professor Salim Valley to talk about community engagement and these contestations, because since the 70s, he's been involved in this interface between the university, education, and the wider community, whether it's adult education, and right through to where he is now, several years later. We also had asked Dr. Nombulelo Shange from the Free State, University of the Free State, to talk to us about the work that she does. Unfortunately, she was not able to attend, and she then, through a lot of effort, made a video recording for us to play. And even that has a spanner in the works, because the video quality was not good, and we were advised by our audiovisual partners that it would be too messy to play. But we have a formidable group of people, but I wanted to insert her in the conversation since she had gone through the effort of that. So I'm going to ask Professor Valley to kick us off. And I'm going to, Professor Valley, say it to everybody that you're going to kick us off with 15 minutes so that everyone can look at you if you go over too much. So that I am not responsible for disciplining, but the room collectively is. And then we will invite the rest of the panelists to the front here. I will ask them to each talk about their own work, right? So, which is to say, I will not be doing lengthy introductions. Just consider them as eminent and as important people, and all protocol observed. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo. I have 10 points, hopefully a minute and a bit a point. I'm not sure. Some points longer than others. But I want to start with framing the discussion, really influenced by Stuart Hall, who was this Jamaican British sociologist and the director of a center very engaged in community issues. I think the Birmingham Cultural Studies Centre, if I'm not mistaken. And he said the university is a critical institution or it is nothing. And that is the kind of academic values we have come to treasure across time and continents, and those include academic freedom, the right to protest, and the gift of solidarity. Lose those, and our universities become anemic institutions with the narrowest of tasks: to convey knowledge without worth, skills without conscience, and values without decency. And especially in these terrible times, that quote has a lot of meaning. So forgive me for skipping what some people call nuanced analysis, which quite often actually masquerades to disguise academics from taking clear positions that are important, that are needed. And here I want to recall what Edward Said said in his Wreath Lectures, the representations of the intellectual, with particular reference to issues of social justice, injustice, inequality, and the question of Palestine. A long time ago he said that. The quote is too long for me to, but you just Google that, you'll find it. Of course, it's possible to do both, to be nuanced, as well as taking clear positions, but because of time constraints, I'm just going to sketch a few points. So the 10 minutes or so starts now. Firstly, if community education is to be taken seriously, it cannot be reduced to a perfunctory activity, nor should it be akin to the business and financial world's corporate social responsibility. It's much more deeper than that. Quite often, community engagement is relegated to political symbolism or corporate branding exercise consistent with market competition. We give back to the community more than you. You know, it's an advertising gimmick rather than reflecting actual practice and institutional change. The other important point, perhaps the most important point, analogous to the related challenges the world faces today: genocide, war, the ascendancy of people who are authoritarian, xenophobic, Islamophobic. We also have climate catastrophe. We've witnessed the pandemic, and those zoonotic illnesses will continue. COVID-19 wasn't the end of the story. So how can a transformative higher education, a responsive higher education, be imagined without confronting the power of neoliberal market-driven policies and their effects? And here I'm recalling what Dr. Gamedze said last night. So to put it really starkly, what are universities for? And the point that Hugo made is that it is challenging, and partly it is challenging because of managerialism at the university, because of the bureaucracy, because community engagement is not seen as worthy scholarship, because community engagement takes a while. Donors want results. And it's not extractivist research. You parachute into a community, you collect your data, then you write your journal article. That's not what we mean by community engagement. Now, in South Africa, we don't start from a tabula rasa. We have a long, proud history of community engagement going back many, many decades. And there's considerable work done over the years. We've had a proud and rich legacy of education for liberation. We've had this resistance has generated popular epistemologies, whether it was workers' education, people's education, popular adult and community education movement, education with production, and I can go on. This city, Neville Alexander lived in the city for a long time. He's from the Eastern Cape, actually, but together with many people like Archie Mafeje and others, I.B. Tabata were involved in the Cape Peninsula Students' Union in the 50s. The Black Consciousness Movement had the Black community programs influenced by Paulo Freire, etc. And I can go on. There's a long list. So we don't start. It's not a question that just confronts us now. A third point is that present conceptions of engagement often are premised largely on a linear transmission of preconceived ideas from academics to communities, leaving little room for critical evaluation of such knowledge about the forms of academic validation of their scholarship, based largely on accredited and scholarly journal articles. Even the methodology, even the ethic clearance, you must produce validity, etc. Things and concepts that make sense when you're dealing with rats in a laboratory, but very difficult when you're dealing with human beings. And it's not factored in to this kind of research. The fourth point is that approaches to engagement are often silent about the predominant interests in the engaged activities of the universities directed at supporting big business, and to a lesser extent the government, and less regard is paid to the knowledge developed in communities and the potential that universities can play there. So the point is, it's a two-way street. Often it's seen as linear, one way, from the academia to the community, as if academia has nothing to learn from communities, from indigenous knowledge, etc. The fifth point, I'm making progress. The obligation to pursue university public good mandates quite often it's, as a corporate institution, it's not the public good, that is given priority. And this public good mandate is negated by the reach of powerful interests in shaping the work of academic institutions. It might be those 5 multinational corporations that control 90% of journals in this academic journals. It might be other ways in which the subordination of the public users of knowledge. Many of those journals are behind a paywall. It costs thousands of rands. I mean, you're dealing with dollars, so the exchange rate, etc. And by the way, there are many things countries can do, like Brazil, like India, has told us 5 multinationals, we're not going to pay the subscription fees you want. We want to negotiate with you, at the very least. Of course, a lot of their profits is gained because of free labor. Academics review, peer review, and don't get paid, So it's really very lucrative. And then there's the privatization of intellectual property, and this is produced largely through collaboration and in public institutions. If you look at the vaccines that were produced, they were first produced in public universities and then privatized and then sold to the world. And these are matters of life and death. So the whole issue of corporatization, marketization, privatization is directly linked to issues of community engagement. 6, there is no strong and systematic obligation on a university to respond to their core mandates, to use their intellectual and other resources to support those communities that are historically and socially marginalized. There's nothing compelling them to do that. Most academics are unaware and sometimes dismissive of the considerable amount of non-formal and unaccredited educational research and practice taking place in such communities. I can tell you, with some exceptions, communities around our country have been doing incredible scholarship on a range of issues, whether it comes to housing, environmental justice, talking about the harm that these extractivist industries, the mining, is doing in community. These are not universities doing that. There are some universities, to their credit, who are assisting them. 7, many attempts at engagement, so-called, are often characterized by paternalism and condescension that passes for knowledge co-construction. So we need to critically examine this orientation. That was a short 1 minute. There's so many scholar activists who've done work around these issues. There's wonderful work by Richa Naga, who cautions that, and I quote her, experts often assume that the poor, hungry, rural, and or precarious need external intervention. They frequently fail to recognize how the same people create politics and knowledge by living and honing their own dynamic visions. Then there are people who've talked about particular conceptions of engagement, like D'Souza Santos, who talks about the notion of ecologies of knowledge, a framework which is centered on knowledge from the other side of the line, linked to the values of active citizenship, of social movements, of community organizations, etc. Too long to go into. So I think at the same time, we need to think about co-construction of knowledge and meaningful relations, respectful relations with communities, based on the need to use intellectual resources in support of mobilization, of organization, education for justice, transformation, and democratic citizenship. So simultaneously, that vision of another world, of an alternative society that Professor Haida Eid has talked about, quoting Arundhati Roy, becomes possible in the embryo of the present society with all its ills. And I really don't want to romanticize working with communities. Communities is not a portmanteau concept. There are divisions in communities. There are different classes. There are different interests, sometimes patriarchal interests, etc. But it's no excuse not to get your hands dirty, to relate to it. People have been trying to do this, and I think crucial to all these perspectives is the view, our view, that human development, addressing all this injustice, cannot be seen in a narrow way. You have to speak to the broader issues and purposes of education and training. It should not be reduced to the narrow economic ends or contingent on the labor market requirements of business or the entrepreneurial role. This kind of techno-economic aims of education reduces the purpose of education in line with what I quoted you early on by Stuart Hall. So we have spent a lot of time critiquing the concept of human capital theory, which talks about a very glib link between education and economic growth. And we question that. Basically, these views are in line with the Tanzanian scholar Isa Shivji, who talked about the social responsibility of intellectuals, Neville Alexander, who insisted on the moral obligations of the intelligentsia today in South Africa to go into emergency mode, and Walter Rodney, the assassinated Guyanese scholar, who called for groundings with community. There are many people who speak along these lines. Some call it collectivism. The artificial divide between scholarship and activism. To be a good activist, you must be intellectual, even if you an organic intellectual, according to Gramsci. And to be a good scholar, you have to be active. You can't live in an ivory tower. That's basically the argument. And so I just want to end here within the 10 minutes by saying that the negative developments globally of neoliberal capitalism, which is linked to ecocide, reproductive genocide, as we can see, scholasticide. What we see happening in Gaza is the writing on the wall for the whole world. If they can get away with this there, then they will continue doing that. So in that sense, Israel is more like, it's always played this role, as Haida explained. In 1948, it was put there. I mean, even Americans say, some of them, I think it was Genocide Joe Biden, who said that if Israel didn't exist, we would have to create it, because it was plunked by settler colonialism, by imperialism in the Middle East to do the bidding initially of oil companies. Today, it plays a role much bigger than that, with its high-tech security. Of course, its armaments are tested on the bodies of Palestinian men, women, and children, and then exported marketed because of its effectiveness, so-called, including its surveillance technology, its ability to control people. And, you know, they were the greatest supporters of apartheid. They supported the South American and Central American military dictatorships. They supporting the warlords in Congo. I mean, it's incredible how they have plundered and corrupted that country. They were involved in the assassination of Patrice Lumumba. Classified document with the CIA. Classified documents have just come to light, and they have rubbished the international law that was set by the victors of the Second World War that gave us some protection. So we in South Africa have used the ICJ, and they are livid about it, because how can the global South use the laws we put together against us? You know, so I think that it is up to all of us when we talk about community engagement. I don't speak about it just in the national context. I speak about it as issues academics, intellectuals have to deal with, and these issues are wide-ranging, whether it's inequality within our country, which is highest in the world, whether it's marginalization, whether it's oppression of any form here or elsewhere. It behoves us, when we talk about community engagement, to be alive to these issues. And while we develop skills and knowledge, we have to think about how to relate to those issues and not allow the commercial and corporate values to have an imprimatur on the form, purpose, and mission of our institutions. Thank you, Hugo. You've been generous.
Thank you very much, Prof. Valley, for kind of setting that broad terrain and mapping out, I think, the fact that boundaries, that care knows no national borders, but care should also move across borders of class, gender, sexuality, and all the other nexus of inequality that we live with. So next, I'm going to ask the Joburg crew this is Bongani, this is Vuiswa, and Date Seaport to please just come here to the front. And as I do that, to think about the fact that many of us, or the communities we're from, live in zones of abandonment where the state has neglected and divested and moved away, or it was never there to start with in the first place. So, and when that happens, when the state is absent, or when it only appears to enact violence on communities, to police violently, other people within the community often have to stand up to take the place of the state, right? We see this, for example, the Gift of the Givers, doing work that, frankly, the state should be doing. But within communities are leaders, people who give, who share of their fruit, right? Because you know that your neighbor does not have anything. And you know the kids left behind do not have anyone to feed them, right? I'm from Lusigisigi. Lusigisigi has now notched up a new name as what we refer to as the Lusigisigi massacre, right? Another site of violence, historical violence, but now emerging in the present as a site of death, right? And government officials will appear on the scene to bury the people, right? And then they are gone again. So, and in the absence, there are people who do this work, as I've said. So we're going to start by having an engagement with colleagues, peers from Johannesburg. Bongani Mavundla is a doctoral student who's working on Somali immigrants, other abandoned communities by their estate, right? And we know the war that's going on there, that's been going on for the longest time, and how they make lives locally in Johannesburg. He's going to map out Region G a little bit for us, so the context within which some of this, the communities we're talking about live, and where we as the Institute operate from in Johannesburg. And then Sizvuyiswa Mhlongo, who is the, and Sizvuyiswa will introduce herself, but works with Imbumbe Abafazi. And appears at our offices about once a month to coordinate a small group of women who care and are passionate about their various communities, right? And she's a great convener of women and people, like-minded people, right? To do this work of the state in its absence, in its recalcitrance. So to hear a bit about the work that she does, and then Babu Sipo, who is like an elder in the region, right? Who's seen it all over the years, the changes that have occurred, the movements from Tembelihle, from Dolomite land, because this zone of abandonment is also an old mining, a husk, a leftover, soil turned inside out, where people make living in the residue of the dust from the mines, right? The acid drainage. But people insist and cling on to life regardless, right? And Babu Sipo has watched this terrain of land over many years. So, Bongani, you want to kick us off?
Hello. Where do I start? So, community engagement, right? Engaged scholarship. It's something that still remains a missed opportunity for most of our universities. Missed opportunity in the sense that it is viewed in quite instrumentalized ways, right? It is not seen as something of value in its own right. It is seen as a way to get access to data. It is seen as a way of being seen in communities to be caring. But what I think, right, fundamentally, before I introduce, I'm just trying to contextualize how I came to see and view, and the ethic that sort of shapes my engagement with the people that we work with every day. So 2015, I complete my honors. I graduate. Think a week after my graduation, get a job. There's this thing called service learning coordinator, service learning, community service learning. You basically take third-year final students in humanities programs to different community partners to engage. Students have to solve problems and all those kinds of things. But when you get there, before the top coordinator tells you one thing, I want to make sure that you know that you should not create any problems with our partners. So basically, this is just an exercise. You go to schools, you're taking these children to schools, and you find that when you get to schools that there's child molestation by teachers, there's all these kinds of things that are happening. But the university steps on all those issues because it does not want to get into trouble with its partners. So what happens is that one day I tell myself, I'm not doing this anymore. I quit without telling them, right? And I go to this place called Kanya College. It's in Joburg, the House of Movements. start there from June 2015. And it is at that place, for me, what decolonized education is, right? What the fundamental problem between the intellectuals and the community, it is that one space that managed to break that divide. Because the problem with the university and its relation to communities is not necessarily that, or primarily that, the university is colonized and all these kinds of things that we want to call it. Because I tend to think that you can colonize until you turn pink or blue. If you don't solve one particular problem which faces knowledge, the divide between thinking and the hand, right? The fact that there are people that can just sit in offices and think is an unnecessary privilege that will never do anything. It will not solve problems. So it means that the university has to be this ivory tower that eventually turns itself into a village with various pathways. A professor should not only be sitting in the office and say that they know this much about all these things. Professor should also be able to spend time to go into the communities and learn with those people. So in that way, you'll never really say that you're a professional or an expert. Everyone gets to be that. There's a time when a person invests their time in doing handwork or experiential work with people, and there's a time for thinking. How we do that is something else. So, get to Johannesburg South, 2020, I work here. This is one space that Johannesburg South, Region G, that is where we are based. Region G at the current moment, according to government figures, it is the one region in the city of Johannesburg with the most informal settlements since 2020, I think, and they are growing each and every day. According to those figures, the informal settlements were around 54 last year that have since emerged since the COVID pandemic. So population figures approximately above 1 million and something. But in terms of comparison, you could say that Region G is the Northwest Province without the budget of the Northwest Province. The most abundant, the most region within the municipality that has the least resources. So you can imagine the kind of work that you would do there, right? Everything is largely centered around struggle, largely for resources and basic services that inform a person's life. So when I got there, I got to also realize that despite the problems that Region G has, right, it is also one of the most dynamic regions in the city of Johannesburg in terms of self-organizing initiatives within communities, right? Yes, it is not right, it is not perfect, but we need to appreciate the fact that people are already doing something for themselves. So the question is, how are we then able to create connections between these communities so that they can turn into a formidable force? Because at the current moment, people fight their struggles on the basis of their communities only. People forget that if there's no water in Thembalihle, there's probably also no water in Nana's farm. But people cannot come together and fight for water as an intercommunal force across communities. Those are some of the problems that we have there. Political parties, formal political parties are also a factor that divides those communities, right? People still have their historical loyalties to their own parties, which does not necessarily work in their best interests. So I'm just going to open the platform now for my colleagues that we work with so that they can share with us the kind of work that they do and the story of how to think about universities and communities. Thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Sanbonani. I like to think that I'm Nguni, and I like to be massaged a little bit before I talk. So I'm going to ask that, oh, Mama Balilizele, oh, Baba can whistle. If you don't know to do any of the two, you can just bang your table. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. Askwazi ukuthi sikhulume nge-IKSP singabantu and not make a little bit of noise. I would like to introduce myself again. Uvuyiswa Mhlongo, Igama. And naturally, because I say I'm Nguni, I might just drop in a few Zulu words or Xhosa words somewhere. And then over lunch, you guys can like work it out with what I meant really. But then, your organization engizokhuluma ngayo la imbumbe yabafazi. And a bit of a background about myself as well. I like to think that community work is a calling of some sort. And I like to share my story, how I got introduced into this in as early as I was 5 years old. As a last born in the family, you know, my parents will come back from work, my mom will bring in steak and kidney pie or ice cream or anything. And now because I had 4 siblings before me, they will like to say, I must play mom and feed them from my pie. So this to me was like, you know, when I reflect about it now, I think this is when I was taught the spirit of giving and to be generous in many ways. It didn't stop there as well. When you go to bed, it will be like, Mamvu, please tell us a story. And I'm talking about people that are very old. I'm the last born in the family. So they like to abuse me and also get to share from what I get from my parents, because it's a general belief that last born is spoiled. You know, your parents bring you things from work. So in a nutshell, I like to think that is when I was initiated into this community work. Fast forward a few years later, being exposed to women, I identified some challenges as well. And I think this gift or this lesson that I learned as a very young girl said to me, I can't sit and do nothing about this. So this is when Imbumbe Yabafazi was formed. Now, Imbumbe Yabafazi, we subscribe to our values of togetherness as well and excellence in what we do. And this is why when we met up with the university, with the institute, and looking into our programs that pertains to family matters, where we actually look at family dynamics, we look at family as a unit and what the challenges are, but also from the perspective of a woman that I am. It's one of the programs that have been very successful, I must say. We got also a support outside of the institute from media. It became a talking point because, as you may know, there's no family without a woman. Although I know you academics may argue that the family nucleus has changed, you know? So I'm not going to go there, I'll leave it to you guys to debate over that. So one of the programs we do is Family Matters. The other one looks at African spirituality, which is something that I'm very grateful about, because here we are today also talking IKSP, and I like to think that there's a link of some sort regarding African spirituality. We do webinars on that where we teach ourselves or we get experts to come and talk to us. The very last one was very interesting and attracted a lot of attention, where we themed it on child naming. And again, I believe that, you know, every name has a history to it. That links into family as well. My full name is Vuyiswa, and I always argue that when I look into my history as a young girl, in a family of 5 girls and 1 boy, where my parents were actually trying to, for a boy. And my brother, who's number 4 in the family, older than me, I came in as number 5. And I just struggle to think, ukuthi, what is there to be happy about? Because my name, loosely translated, means that there was joy in the family when I was born. But I don't think my parents were that happy, because here they are. They are saying after my brother, yeah, okay, kuvulelekile manje, it means we're going to have another son. And there I pop up as a girl. But then my grandmother named me Vuyiswa. So I sit and reflect now and say, why would my grandmother name me Vuyiswa when they were expecting Sipho? But that's a story that I still have to talk to my parents about. So basically, child naming made a lot of people to reflect about their names also and about the state of their families at the time of their birth. Okay, this is just one event that we did on African spirituality. And there's a lot that I think we can learn from this program that the Institute is doing, because we're trying to actually understand ourselves more, our identity and everything. And this is why I always also like to say that when you know yourself, everything becomes easier. But when you know your history, I think that completes you in a way. Okay. And then another relationship that we have with the Institute has to do with women upliftment, where we actually do strategic dialogues, and we look at issues that affect women in different ways. And this have been doing for a number of years during Women's Month in August. The first one had to do with social cohesion, because the Institute had a campaign that they were doing where they were trying to I think balance forces in the area. Region G is one of the poorest regions, but you actually find different people there. You find African, you find Indians, and what have you. And as Bongani has said earlier, it's easier when we don't work in silos. So I think they were trying to create that spirit again of unity between different people. And fast forward, we decided, okay, the Institute now says, okay, this campaign is no longer working. Let's focus on Region G and issues that actually affect women in Region G. So we themed it up and say, okay, let's shape our future now. And then, but also as women, we had to look at what is it that we can do as women in shaping this future. We hosted a few of events. The first one, I think, had to do with women as a cornerstone in our family and community, because we do believe that, like I said earlier, with family, a woman becomes very, very important. You know, we are people that you speak about patriarchy, but I think matriarchs has a lot of power in a family situation. And our belief was that if we fix that, we can solve a lot of problems, including also the issues of gender-based violence and femicide. We have to start somewhere in the family, because if we fix the family and then somehow the community also get fixed, etc., etc. So that's another program that has become very, very successful that we do in partnership with the Institute, and I'm very grateful about that, because I think we all grow one way or another, you know. Their campaign and also us as women, we benefit a lot from the engagement. And we create safe spaces where women can come and sing, where women can come and ululate, where women can come and cry, because you know, when we touch on women issues, there are issues that we really, really need to be in a safe space to discuss. What else have I left out? I think in a nutshell, that is what Imbumbe Abafazi focuses on. But then Prof had said I must also touch on the challenges and our wins. I like to think that some of the challenges that are faced by most organizations anyway is preserving the human resource, because most of the time we operate from a zero budget, which means that people come and join us because they are passionate about what we do. But it becomes important to keep them when you really do not give them any money, also given the challenges in the country right now. Another challenge is in terms of growth, because people come and go, you know, they'll come and work with you, but when something attractive or a job employment comes, then they leave because here they are not really getting any money. And then also another challenge that is there is compliance. Compliance, I remember at some stage, our president was saying that he's going to hire Mr. Red Tape. We always talk about it because there is a lot of red tape in business. It's even worse in community work, where we are supposed to comply the same way or even worse than what the companies do. The resources really, I can't really say much, you know, back office support and things like that. And also that the introduction of artificial intelligence, because you may find that in as much as maybe we can learn how to use the online systems and everything, but we don't have we don't have laptops, we don't have data. So those become the challenges. So we are passionate about what we do, but without really funding and support from the people that are supposed to really applaud that we are doing this kind of work, it becomes very difficult. So yeah, budget constraints, those things. But then I think also on the flip side, wins also, wins also that I can say we are winning in a way, because you can be able to start an organization and keep it online without really an office and things like that. And as long as you profile yourself well, I mean, in the age of webinars, which came through during COVID and what have you, it makes life very easy. We can talk about issues without really being in the same space. So I think those are our wins. But then again, also you find that the community practitioners need to be trained, because it's not everybody that is that knows how to do that. Then no, you may think you are profiling yourself, but maybe you're not doing justice to your brand, so to speak. So yeah, I think those are the wins and challenges in a nutshell. And also another one that is topical that I think everybody would agree with, that you have to do everything yourself, even if you have a board and support, because in terms of commitment, some people are not really committed as you are as a founder member. So that becomes a challenge as well. Yeah, I think I've covered everything. Thank you very much.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sipho Gandlela Kasompisi, which is Sipho Ntuli. First and foremost, I would like to highlight my relationship with the Institute for Social and Health Sciences. My relationship started in 1999 as a volunteer for the home visitation for children's safety, which focused on burns, falls, and poisoning of children. I call this program a flagship program, since it was relevant then and is relevant even today. We just buried children through poisoning. That's why I say it's still relevant today. I received a lot of training from the Institute. As I stand here, I stand as a proud old man from Region G. Some of the capacitation programs I received is advocacy and lobbying. By then, I was staying in Thembalihle informal settlement in Lenasia. Through this training, we managed, because Thembalihle was dolomitic, and when we asked the authorities about the dolomite, they couldn't answer us because they didn't know about dolomite. But through this training, we managed to engage the geologist who did a feasibility study in Thembalihle That was Dr. Dave Patrick and Dr. Graham Hall. They taught us about the dolomite, different types of dolomite. We workshopped for about 8 months. When we came back to the community, we could explain what dolomite was. And the end result of that, Vlakfontein Township was established. Another one, I'll only mention two because they are very much important to me. Another capacitation training that I got from the Institute was networking. Through networking, I managed to collaborate with Center for Study of Violence and Reconciliation and Swaranang Legal Advocacy Center. They trained me to respond to violence in a better way, because I was also reacting in a violent way when was a problem, but they taught me how to behave. And now today, I'm a leader of a Vlakfontein Men's Forum, where we deal with actually, we mentor boys and men on fatherhood and manhood. Early this year, we were so lucky as Vlakfontein Men's Forum, we got a 6-month contract from the city of Johannesburg, where we raised awareness on GBV, fathering and fatherhood. We crisscrossed the 7 regions of Johannesburg, where we managed to establish men's forum from 5 regions. By so saying, I would like to thank the Institute for Social and Health Sciences and their partners, of course, the South African Medical Research Council, for working with us until today. I think I'll be short, as long as you understand why are we here, and the job that we are doing, and we are proud of what we are doing. Since we were crisscrossing the 7 regions of Johannesburg, we came to understand that through fathering, there are potholes. And then one of the major potholes was the absent fathering. How does this absent fathering come? Most of us as men, we have become ATM fathers. We are not present to our children. So long I send money, it's okay. So that term, ATM father, comes from that. I'll be short, and I'm a bit nervous. I stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndate Sipho. I do want to say Ndate Sipho, speaks about the work that he does in relation to the Institute. He had a wider mandate, so don't feel like he's doing PR for us. His work expands way beyond what he described. But I think for brevity and focus, he chose the areas that he's focused on. But I'd like to just put this in context of these deep and long commitments of decades by people like you see to do the work of caring, right? Deep caring that often has no pay. But yeah, because the rest of us either leave our communities, like me, and December ekhaya, but sahlala etown. So now I want to move to the colleagues in Cape Town, and I'm going to invite them to. Do they have space? Oh, yeah. To talk about some of the work that they do. If we have time at the end, we'll call colleagues back. Naima, Prof. Talib, who's a colleague in Cape Town, committed to working with a range of communities that you will describe to us. If you could come up together with our colleagues from the local network of care, which are Mashiro Issa and Ati Ndwebi. Over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Hugo. Good afternoon, everyone. So to begin with, I just want to put it out there that the Institute for Social and Health Sciences 2024 marks 38 years of community engaged scholarship at the Institute, led by Professor Mohamed Sidat, Prof. Ashley van Niekerk, Prof. Shanaz Safla, and Prof. Sandy Lazarus, and Dr. Samad Bulbulia. And under their mentorship, I joined the Institute in 2011, where I was a master's intern in psychology. And thereafter, I did my PhD, but most of my work was on community engaged scholarship. And hence, with that many years of work, we have developed different models of community engagement, or rather we've developed a model of community engagement, but different iterations of the model has emerged over the years. And within the last few years, we have been evaluating that model of community engagement to see how we can best work with communities, as opposed to do what most universities do, doing the tick box exercise of saying, oh, we do community engagement, when it's really extractive mosquito engagement, like I call it. It's like your blood suckers. They go in, they get the research, collect the data, and they leave. For me, community engagement is about humility, humanity, and sustainability. If you can't work with community for the long term to ensure that whatever you do is not extractive and it doesn't comply with what community needs, and then obviously we have failed the communities that we're working with. Thank you. As you can see, I don't like public speaking. I'm a bit nervous also. So what, for me, the greatest lesson is from my engagement with the communities, and I want to read to you what communities say what community engagement is. One person said, for me, community engagement is to have ideas, to share ideas, because I feel that as a community, we are the experts of our living conditions. We know better than someone who is coming from the outside. So that person who is coming from the outside, coming to my community, I think he or she or they needs the experts, such as the residents or the community themselves, so that when they engage with us, the person who will be benefiting more will be the one who will be getting the ideas from us, the expertise from us within the community in which they will be engaging. And similarly, with my own experience as a young scholar doing my PhD, one of the community members said to me, Naima, you will only get your PhD because you are working with my knowledge. And that is how I learned from the community. And I'm not here to do the talking today, so we have given them some questions to think about on how they've experienced the community engagement process with us. And so I'm going to hand over to our team from Cape Town community. Thanks.
Good day, everybody. I'm also a bit nervous, but please just bear with me. I am Cheryl Isso. I'm working for the City of Cape Town, but I'm not here today in the capacity of the social worker at City of Cape Town because I don't have the mandate. I'm here as community activist and for my contribution towards community development because that's my passion. I would like to use this opportunity also to thank UNISA, in specific Prof. Safla, Prof. Anikerk, and Naima Talib for the invitation to come to this conference. It's really for us, it's a privilege, absolute a privilege, and for me also an acknowledgement for what we are doing in the community. If I look at the theme of this conference, politics of knowledge, I'm working with a bunch of politicians at work, and I don't want to think of them in this instance, but I'm thinking of there are words that comes to mind if I think of knowledge, specifically with the topic that at hand, which is community engagements. For me, it's meaningful, the lessons that I've learned is meaningful collaborations. I remember when we started off with Summit, Dr. Summit, they used a slideshow from UNISA to explain what collaborations are, to unpack the term for us as people working in the community to understand what we are actually doing. So that was actually a great help. For me, it's about the exchange and the sharing of knowledge that comes to mind. Specifically on a platform called the Local Network of Care. I will explain later about what it means, the term Local Network of Care. And then I also want to mention that we really became family working with the institution. These friendships that started, we became partners, especially myself and Naima. Both of us were, a few years back, we were diagnosed with cancer. And as I'm standing here, almost 9 years, next month, the 9th of November, it will be 9 years that I am surviving. So all honor to God. And in this process, as our relationship, we build relationships and we support each other. I remember how we've prayed for one another. No matter what religion, she has been praying for me and I prayed for her, and hence that is why I'm standing here today. And I tend to say I'm not in remission, because if I say I'm in remission, it means that I'm waiting for cancer to come back. I'm a survivor, so I believe that I have survived. So for me, it's about humanity, the humble approach of the staff of UNISA that we've been working with over the years. And if I say over the years, since 2011, when I was invited to be part of a research. I'm going to elaborate on that if I still have time. Then the universities for me is a very resourceful unit that we can use within communities. So this is also one of the advantages of making use of this resource. More about the local network of care. I would like the gentleman, when we finish, to just show pics of the local, is it okay, of what the local network of care is all about. So it starts with our partnership with the Institute for Social and Health Sciences at UNISA. I believe back then, when Dr. Summit was still on board, it was SAPRU, the Safety and Peace Promotion Research Unit. The name has changed, obviously. So it's the local. They had a network running in the Helderberg. So I used to attend that network meetings when I was still working for the Department of Correctional Services, almost 27 years. So I've done my Madiba years. So the network of care, it's part of the City of Cape Town's network or initiative. So it was officially launched in 2018. So I had 4 areas that I had to cover in Cape Town, which is your Easter River, Salauris Pass, Somerset West and Strand. Later we decided to make a Helderberg local network of care and not have your Somerset, Salori, Spas and Strand. So Dr. Samed allowed me at that stage to use his network to create a platform for the local network of care from the initiative of the city, which was actually so ideal. Created the opportunity for networking. We're meeting on a monthly basis where organizations, NPOs, NGOs, government organizations like your SAPS and your correctional services, Labour Department, community activists, community development workers, your CDWs, volunteers, and also community members. I remember some of the community members attended the meeting and still not, when they had to complete the attendance register, they asked, what must they add as the organization that they work for? So I've decided to tell them also that just use the word community activist, and it meant so much for them because, you know, now they can also say, because they are working in the community, they are volunteering in the community, so that name actually add value to what they're doing in the communities. So we have a WhatsApp group where all these organizations are actively part of. And as I'm standing here, it's conversations, not conversations, but information that's all, you know, going on this chat group, sharing of resources and doing recruitment if they need to do a program in a specific area. And it's really very fruitful, I can say that. So we also celebrate on an annual basis, we celebrate the International Volunteers Days, and I think that is the pics that was taken at one of our volunteer days, where we get speakers to speak about volunteering. And I know sometimes there are organizations that are looking for volunteers because they can't afford to employ people in their organizations. So then that is where, you know, volunteers becomes available by just marketing and also making people aware of volunteerism. So I would like to also use this opportunity or platform to thank Kolisa Gwandiso. He was at one stage also part of the local, and together with Seneca James, for creating a LNOC website for us. We used to have the manual, the resource booklet, manual one. So yeah, they created a website for the local network of care. I would like to say a bit more about my invitation, if I still have time. I'm going to try and be quick. About my invitation to become part of research, violence study, Scratch Maps, which is the spiritual capacity and religious assets for transforming community health through mobilizing males for peace and safety. It was such an honor where Principal Investigator Professor Sandy Lazarus guided this whole research. And I remember in 2011, I was contacted by Naima, where she asked me to become part of the research. It was an honor for me, even though I'm a social worker. I remember on campus we didn't have the opportunity to, you know, go to that extent when it comes to research. So that was a nice opportunity for me also to gain more knowledge and experience of doing a practical research. So yeah, I became part. We had our first community meeting, and for almost 4 years, we were actively busy with this research. What was so humble for me at the time was the fact that, let me just quickly see here, we met at a church in Irijawal, a very small area in the Strand. It used to be an informal settlement. We met at the bishop's house, church. It was the house and it was the church as well, where we engaged on a weekly basis, where we had meetings, and I became also part of the advisory committee as the vice chairperson of the advisory. And yeah, what was so powerful was the fact that community members were trained to become researchers or to become involved with a research topic where their area specifically were focused on. And as Naima rightfully mentioned earlier, it was just not a hit and run situation like most of the universities or other organizations are doing. They came into the area to do the research, but there was an end product. There was a result. So hence the organization Building Bridges, NPO, was established after the research. There were manuals, different booklets or manuals that was compiled of the whole research process, of which I have my copies of it and my proof of it. And then I'm also currently the or vice chairperson of Building Bridges. And I'm actively involved in the program itself, where they train mentors and take mentees also through a training program and take them on camps. So yeah, that is in terms of, sorry, excuse me? Is my time up? Sorry. Yeah, I think that is it in a nutshell. I just wanted to also mention the booklet that, or this book, that manual that was compiled. This is my last thingy. Building Organizations for Compassionate Communities, which was done by Emma's UNISA. This has been, we started actually with some of the models, or one of the models, I think, where we capacitate the organizations that's currently on our local network of care. And we're looking forward to continue and being trained in the models, because these organizations are working in the communities and they need to know, you know, what it is that they need to do to capacitate community members as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Atin Dwebi from Salorispas Village, and I represent ELNOC, the local network of care, and I'm also the alumni of the Building Bridges program, which was also established through the partnership with UNISA. I would love to speak first around the echoing conversation that's been going on in the room, like since yesterday and even earlier this morning. I think one of the things that we should think about is that what is one thing that we all have in common as a human nature? And one thing we came across as young people, which I work with in the Alderberg Basin, is that all of us have a heart. And at the time where people and nations and countries are fighting among each other and also with each other, is that we should now strive to bring and also create a platform whereby people come together, work together, and showcase Ubuntu more than anything else in our time and in the world. And that's now with our heart movement, is that we start now to say that let's come together and make sure we advertise humanity wherever we go every day. And then I would love to speak more about the partnership with UNISA and also the amplifying movement we have with them. Firstly, I think there is more than anything else. I think Cheryl mentioned a lot of the partnership with UNISA and also the sustainability of the program and also the processes UNISA use to work with us on a monthly basis. I think one of it is the innovation solutions we have gained and also the long-term visioning, developing sustainable plans with a local non-profit organization, which myself, I'm one of the youngest people in the room every month. So I always say it is not, we always search for answers to say when the next generation of South Africa will be given the chance to speak up or to share their minds or to share their views. But I'm so proud and so honored to be part of a group of people like the local network of care that allow young people in the spaces to actually give us the power and also give us the mandate to say there is a room for young people to share their thoughts and for young people also to share whatever go through their minds. And it have led that our young led organization has been part of this movement, and also gained now a chance to more like partner with other organizations within the local network of care, whereby we have 3 years ago we have started a movement called Kompatu. Kompatu is the Afrikaans Afrikaans proverb, which means come to the road. So which means when we invited this people to say come to the road with us, is that we were now fighting against crime, but more in a way where we educate people within the different communities we work within to say, okay, you have seen what's happening in your community with violence, gender-based violence, and also with substance, but let us now stand together in solidarity to say, we will share now more like the human nature of saying, let's give back to the community. And by a simple way where we invited mothers to come and patrol at schools, and we invited mothers within the community to make sure that there's aftercare programs that they can take care of the kids. Instead of our kid is being introduced to gangsterism, but now our kid is now introduced to reading programs and also mathematics and science and also computer literacy. And also the other thing is that that I was thinking of this morning about is that change can simply come from a simple setting and an act. As when we think about the local network of care and also building bridges, it started off in Irijaville, in a pastor's house, in a church. Whoever thought about that change that is happening in the Yaldberg South, like organization that in the past was working now in silos, that is now working together as a collectorate, is that now they are working together more like towards a goal of saying, let's create a social change instead of myself working alone or the other one of the other are working together like on whatever way. And this space have created more of promoting a culture of humanity. Once again, I want, as I'm sitting down, I want us again to just to remind you that wherever you go from after this conference, make sure you share humanity and make sure that you practice Ubuntu every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, what it must feel like to be the youngest in the room. It doesn't last. I was once the youngest. Thank you very much for that contribution from the Helderberg, which is kind of showcasing how organizations can work in networked ways, right, to share skills, knowledge, and intergenerational, clearly, relations and transfer of experience and knowledge. Thank you for that. So we were going to show Nana's farm video, but the executive dean had suggested that we do it here, but she's not here, so we're going to skip it. Not because Nana's farm is not important, but because lunch is close. Just a note on Nana's farm. A community that, it's an old community, but that really sprang up during COVID in 2020, where people moved across, often from back rooms, having lived in Soweto across the way, and taking possession of land and building their own stands and homes in this area that used to be a farm. And by the thousands, which means, and it's a community against the highway on the one side with the graveyard across the highway, and then this the Klip Rivier or river marshland, so hemmed in between these two, and making life in really difficult circumstances, right? We can think about all the theoretical concepts of racial capitalism, new forms of apartheid, but also pandering and hustling, and living in relation to this marsh and waterland. So when we think about indigenous knowledge systems, how do we live alongside a river and a marsh? What knowledges do we need to survive? living out where there's no electricity, where drowning is very likely, where when we put electricity, what do you call it, illegal connections, how do you walk under these? And you know, as people who go to Nana's farm, you have to navigate these electric wires, right? And children who live in these communities, and what does that mean for them, right? So that we have a prick of guilt every time we eat sushi, that there are people, right, who have to make a living in circumstances that require their death, right, that insist on it. So I'm going to open for a brief round of questions, comments, and invite the, Bongani? Yeah, invite Johannesburg to join Cape Town. These are two different countries, so we like to see them sit together. And in the meantime, happy. Okay, probably you don't have space, but.
We get you a check.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to get the mic first. I was so excited by your session, the Cape Town community. I just want, it's a comment. I was so excited to see images of South Roots. We've worked with them in Durban with Aero SA, organization that I also chair. And we've had some skill transference opportunities with South Roots, where they've trained some of our youth in the theatre productions that we've had there. And also we've had our students come this side and actually grow with South Roots and join South Roots. So it was very exciting to see that it's the same community that we've learned so much from and keep growing with. I think they're currently in Ghana. If they're not back, they're back, yeah. So very excited about what you have done over the years, and I'm glad that some of my community members have also learned and gained from the work that is done this side in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you so much for thought-provoking contribution. I'm called Marcelo Smba from the University of Manchester in the UK, and I do research on sustainability or environmental education. I particularly like the analogy of the mosquito analogy. And you made a very compelling case for us as researchers when we're researching in local communities to ensure before we embark on research, we should incorporate sustainability. The research should be sustainable, and we should have a sustainable partnership with the community. Practically, when I go out to do research in local communities, they're so excited, and they want me to come back. So I do work in the Gambia, Zambia, Cameroon, and I live in the UK. Okay, and they'll say, please come back, come back, come back. And it's not that easy. There are resource constraints. Okay, so with my university, when you do your research, of course there is a need to give back to the community. Researching in the indigenous community requires some form of reciprocity. Okay, and where there is a possibility to apply for funding internally, you go and carry out another piece of work, but that is contextualized within impact. Yeah. How does your research translate into informing policies or shape practices and so on and so forth. But if you don't have the funds, you won't be able to go back. Yeah. So how will you address such a context of, say, scarcity of resources to ensure that there is a sustained relationship and connection with the community? And also, in the course of your work, have you come across models in local communities whereby they are able to generate funds that can keep the project you've initiated with them, maybe within the context of co-creation, ongoing? Are there any existing model you've come across which probably it could be good practice that could be replicated or encouraged to be replicated in different contexts? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Could we have a last comment question if there is one? And then we'll just take a round of responses. Okay, a last one there. Okay, and a last one.
Hello. It's not a question to anyone. It's a general problem regarding the methodology that used for community engagement. Usually, I'm coming from a philosophy department. No, we don't supposed to do any community engagement work. But personally, I am doing a lot of work with the community knowledge practices and all. I felt that most of the field work, that academicians are doing as part of their research and all, that is very much determined by certain theories formulated by academicians. The students or researchers depend on the methodologies provided by certain theories, based on certain theories and books and all. But this is very much incompatible with the actual situation. This is that the problems the community are faced. This is because I find that from my experience of doing community research and all, community-based research or community-oriented research, I feel that this methodology is something that should be formulated from our engagement. So instead of starting with a methodology that is taken from books or theories like that. This is what I feel. How I would like to get some response.
A common question there.
Greetings, colleagues, and thank you for the insights that you shared. Mine is actually a comment in relation to the work that Ndaden Duli does through the Vlakfontein Men's Forum. And I've had the great pleasure and privilege of collaborating with Vlakfontein's Men's Forum through our movement of Shabaka Men of Africa, which is a project from Ebukosini Solutions, which aims to decolonize African masculinities by engaging in dialogues such as Black Men's Lehotla and a one-day rites of passage for young men called Men on the Mountain. And the level of organization that we saw from the Vlakfontein's Men's Forum and the discipline that this young man exhibited was really inspiring, under the leadership of Ndate Bennett and Ndate Ntuli. And I'd just like to say, carry on with that work, Ubaba. I know quite a few brothers that we've grounded together who are really turning into powerful young men, powerful fathers, and I know that through that initiative, there is a hope for our future And like you said, many of our problems stem from the absent fathers. And Flagfontein, I know they're doing great work in trying to resolve that problem. So, makwande baba. Alebo.
Thank you. Congratulations, Tate Ntuli, for the work you do. So, could we have a round of responses? Don't feel compelled, but let's also keep it tight so that we can break for lunch at past.
Okay, I'm just going to speak to the sustainability component in terms of what worked for us. So a lot of the times when researchers go into communities, they go with a research question that they've already formulated outside of the community, and it didn't come through grounded theory from the ground up. So the community wasn't part of that formulation of the research question, and not that that is not okay, but the whole process of doing community engaged research is about doing research that is contextually congruent, contextually relevant, based on the needs of the community that we do research with and not on, which is the opposite of what we do when we come in with our research question and we do our research. And sustainability is not a once-off decision that you make, okay, now we've done our research, we should make sure that this is going to be sustainable, we talk about it, and that's the end of it. Sustainability is a process that you build into your engagement activity from the start of your engagement. When we engaged with the Irigeval community, when we developed the Building Bridges intervention with the community, it was their words, their initiative with us. It was a co-creation of knowledge, and they took ownership of that because it was theirs. It belonged to them and not to us. I didn't alone gain from this. When we are still engaged with the community, and now they were our advisory boards. Now we are the advisories to them because they run the program. And that is what sustainability is about. It should be a continuous process. It is built in from the start. And then about funding models, yes, funding is a big problem for NPOs, and especially in resource-constrained environments like South Africa. So with the local network of care, we do capacity development. Many times, NPOs and NGOs don't have the capacity to apply for funding. They don't have the skills. They don't have the necessary manpower to do that. And so what we, with this manual that Cheryl has spoken about, is to do the capacity development to show community members how they can apply, but to literally keep them by the hand, because you can teach somebody something, go out. If you've never done it before, you know, when we studied at university, we knew all about research, but we couldn't do it. So basically that is the same thing. And then with the NPO, before we handed it over, well, we didn't hand it over because it belonged to them in the first place, but that whole process of sustainability, we built in funding. And so they applied for funding from the local government, who's been funding this intervention for the last 7 years already. And obviously, they want you to evaluate the program, show that it works, have all your documents in place, and that is where the snags are for community organizations. They don't know what documents to have in place and how to keep that annually in place as well.
I'll just take the question of that from the philosopher. Yeah. So the thing is that with us, with community engagement, it's not always about methodologies or questions, right? The engagement goes beyond the research process itself, right? Because people have different kinds of problems. Sometimes it's not about a question that you want to understand. Community members arrive to you and they say, you know what? We've been trying to have a meeting with such and such a person, and he's not responsive to us, right? How about you take initiative of getting this person into the office? Because of the institutional power that you have. And that's what we do sometimes. What happens is that sometimes a large part of the work revolves around doing work that is merely relevant to the community, and the research takes a backseat because that's what the people see as relevant at that time. Sometimes a person requires you to sit with you and write a proposal, and that's what you'll have to do, right? So it's reciprocity in that sense. It's not always about, is this going to become an output? Is this going to become an output? More especially in situations when you do not have money to give to people. You have to give something that you have, and it's the knowledge skills that you have. Thanks.
Thanks. So because Ongezwa is such a convincing poet, as you heard earlier, and storyteller. And when she looked at me and said, I need to ask a question, I felt like, what must who can happen? So, always, but yeah.
I guess my question is, nizinakekela kanjani the burden of care, right? Because as much as you care for your community, who takes care of you and how do you take care of yourselves?
Thanks. So, Ntate Sipho?
Good day again. That's a difficult question. To care for somebody while you cannot care for yourself is a strenuous exercise. Okay, fortunately, let me start here. Let me thank my brother-in-law there. It's good to have a brother-in-law who will back you up. Thank you, Mr. Mnyazo. It's very difficult to fend for ourselves. Let me give an example. As I've already said that we were fortunate to get a contract from the city of Johannesburg. While zigzagging these 7 regions, we used money from our pockets. Refreshments are from our pockets. And then there's another challenge of the coordinators from the city. When we get there, when it comes to refreshments, they are the ones who dictate to us what to buy and stuff like that. It's a very strenuous exercise. Like myself, I had to use my pension money. When it got finished, we had to go to loan sharks. The contract was that we attend a region. After that, we submit an invoice, then they pay. But now, we were only paid when we finished all the regions. By the time that money comes in, loan sharks are waiting. And you must remember, if you take 100 rand today, by the end of the month, it's 150. The next month you don't pay, it's 300. It escalates. By the time we got our money, almost all the money that we worked for, it's gone. That's the challenge we are facing. So now, in terms of a relationship with the institute, because there's also a challenge there, as Professor Val have mentioned, that the divided communities. So now, what I propose is that we need to have a clear terms of engagement with the institute. I think that will help us. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga mama. In terms of self-care la kwaMbumbe, we also have another monthly engagement session where sihlangana namanye ama-organization. Sibiza strategic partnership movement. We have a total of plus minus 50 organization leaders. And we have a WhatsApp group. This group also includes pastors, Abo Gobela, and what have you. So in terms of healing, we also have some days where we have, for an example, our chaplain that prays for us. But we also have, because we have these traditional organizations, as Sebenza Ngamachichi and what have you. So we heal on specific dates online. For an example, our chaplain will be praying for us beginning of the month. Mid-month, we may have poetry, or we may have something that is traditional that really speaks to our spirituality. But then also, we motivate each other all the time, especially after an event, to say, for an example, look after yourself first. So when you debrief and what have you, and you are tired, because sometimes you get into a space where you meet with different people, and when you come back home, you are finished. You'll understand better. So then we motivate each other as well. Fortunately, we have coaches and whatever you. Like I say, that it's leaders from different organizations. We meet at the institute, by the way, but then we respect that each and every one of us is unique in a certain way. Like I work with women, another person works with men, another person works with young girls, amachichi. So we all have different gifts. So I like to say that we assist each other in that way, because most of the time when we have events, we would have put a notice there. So if a pastor must jump in and pray for us, that is going to happen. So in terms of healing, that is what we do. I think I've answered.
Thank you. So Cheryl wanted to do an acknowledgement, and that will take us to closure. Sorry, Ati, I'm skipping you because you have youth on your side.
Okay, I see Dr. Gawa Ismail is not here. I actually forgot to mention her name as part of the local network of care. Who come to our meetings on a regular basis and who are actually part of the team. So I would just like to acknowledge the work that she's also doing for the local network of care. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Baba Nick, do you have any housekeeping matters to raise? Thank you so much, colleagues. We've learned a lot from you, and carry on doing the work that you do while caring for yourself. Yeah.
Thanks. You want to do the gift? Okay.
Knox wants to thank you. Oh, Mangwenya. Stella Mangwenya.
Najwa, Adelaide, and Jenna, please come forward. Please call Prof. Valley for his gift and the picture.
Is he here? Salim, are you here still? Okay, he's stepped out. Okay. Okay. So yeah, thank you everyone. We are a little bit late now. I'm sure you've all noticed. So we're gonna try make lunch about 45 minutes, which will take us to just like around 2:30, just before 2:30. So if we could try get back here before then. And like yesterday, this will be venue 1. This will be made into venue 1. That'll be made into venue 2, and venue 3 will be there. So it's the same as yesterday. And also, like yesterday, presenters should be in the venue. Try to be there about 10 minutes before it begins. And then the presenter will be pleased to hand over your presentation to the chair, who will discuss the arrangements with you as you arrive, and any maybe changes to your session that have happened since in the last few days. But it won't be anything major. And just that also, the Wi-Fi password, I'm sure most of you know this by now, but in case you don't, it's all lowercase, Jooden, Jooden. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. For those that have questions about payment, please speak to Anthony at the front desk. And last thing, when you leave here to go for lunch, please pack up all your stuff, because when people are arranging the rooms, they don't want to move your stuff. So please take your stuff with you. And I must end. Okay, yeah, I go for. Oh, sorry, last thing. Can the chairs of the different sessions stay behind quickly for 5 minutes? Okay, I think that's it. Thanks.